Morning. This should be live on Twitch and on the YouTubes. Marathon reveal day. We are approximately 4 hours away from the reveal. I have turned off the ads on Twitch. So if you hate Twitch because of ads and you want to come over to Twitch, you can. I think you still get played an ad when you join the stream, but there shouldn't be ads after that. Please let me know if there are ads after that. You also will get a Twitch badge, a little kitty cat, if you gift a sub or you sub on Twitch. We're going to go through marathon lore. I thought this would be fun.
Evening, Papa.
Morning. We just over. G'day. I thought we'll go through the series I made about marathon lore a literal year ago, because we did an original playthrough of Marathon, and I think Marathon 2. Noggin, 5 gifted. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you. It has been a year ago since we covered Marathon lore, and it's pretty bloody good. I can't remember any of it. June 5th, 2000 wait, this is more than a year ago. June 5th, 2023. What year are we in? 2025. It's almost 2 years. Holy.
Morning, my L&D off.
Oh, Mad King, thank you for 52 months. Thank you very much for resubbing. Assuming, Mad King, you let us know if the resub works? Can you let us know if the resub works? YouTube chat, how are you? G'day. I haven't seen you yet. I don't know if you've all been shy and being quiet. G'day, YouTube chat. Let me know if you're there so I can make sure it's working. Thank you, Vicious Bacon. It has, okay, I can see Gator J, XOS. G'day. Marathon Story and Lore, episode 1, June 5th, 2023. Was when I first covered this. So I think what we'll do is we'll actually watch this. We'll go through all 5 episodes. I can't remember what I got up to lore-wise. I'm pretty positive we got into Marathon 2. So I'm hoping these first 5 episodes will cover the full story of the first Marathon game. And then I think what we'll do is we'll start playing Marathon 2 because it's on Steam. And we'll just take it slow and enjoy it until the reveal happens. And then we'll see. We'll see what happens. Is Marathon free to play? It is rumored not to be free to play. Hoping we'll find out today, really. But we'll see. Soliloquilic. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. Yep. You got your badge on, Bacon. Yep. Rumored to be $4. All right, let's have a look. Look, we got like 4 hours before it starts. Apparently, in 2 hours' time, something will happen on the live stream. So, just to let you know, like hold on. Where is it? The live stream is already up. Where is it? High to low. The live stream is already up. Banger music. It looks like the environments and the areas. It's kind of a little mini game at the moment. They had cameras that were offline and chat had to vote of like which one to make clear. Let Marathon, you want to drop in and collaborate. G'day, Savage. Oh, nice, mate. G'day, Savage. Welcome, mate. Yeah, so look, I'm excited to see what information is. I'm excited to make commentary on it, you know, despite all the bridges I burnt after leaving Destiny and all that kind of stuff, you know. It's hard to deny it was a game I covered for 10 years and I'm interested in what Bungie has next. I'm pretty skeptical. I actually made my monetization video today. about DE, and I was just glazing DE big time and how much faith I have in them. So, bit of an opposite day today. Well, we'll see. Where's Vanton? Miss Vanton? What's more for the monies, YouTube or here? Vanton, you're better off doing a subscription here so you get the kitty badge. Just one, either a subscribe yourself here or a gift sub, and you'll get the cat badge. Esau, thank you for the volley. Welcome. If you do hate Twitch because of ads, I have turned all the ads off. So let me know if you get ads on Twitch. They shouldn't be on, but they've kind of changed the ads manager. So yeah, we're gonna tune back into this in like 2 hours. Becky does a great job. Yep. I went through all the like no clip stuff about Warframe. The no clip documentary was really good. I actually have an email from DE and I forgot to respond to it. I'll do that tomorrow. All right. What did I say about Marathon almost 2 years ago? Let's get the law. Episode 1.
Marathon story, like any good game from the
Who is this guy?
90s, starts with the instruction manual. And like any kid from the 90s, you have thoroughly read the manual from start to finish while you eagerly await your turn on the computer. The manual actually describes the moments before the opening scene, which by the way is very hard to decipher without knowing what you're looking at. There are bits and pieces of lore and stories scattered throughout the manual, which provides your back.
So yes, I went and you could download the manual. I went and downloaded the OG Marathon manual. It is funny as fuck because the intro paragraph is like, please don't illegally download this so we can make better games. From Bungie. Oh, little did they know fucking Sony was about to buy them for $3 billion. Duck on Quack. G'day, mate. Was that my previous YouTube log guy? G'day, Chris. G'day, YouTube. Sanchez. G'day. I'm watching you. Prong. Pedro. Morning, afternoon, morning.
Raised on Mars, you have already lived for 322 years. So definitely not 100% human. However, it is obvious you are still part of mankind. Currently, you are aboard the shuttle Mirata, headed for the Marathon. The Marathon is described as the greatest achievement of mankind and a technological arc, housing 50 senior staff, 1,150 officers, and 24,000 civilians, who are citizens of the Mars and Earth colonies.
I already forgot this. The Marathon's like a fucking colony spaceship. It's like the Exodus ships, but bigger.
On page 15 of the manual, it says this. Some
Hello,
individuals were placed in stasis for the interstellar journey, but most civilians lived and worked on the ship and raised families there. As the crew aged, a new generation of humans were born and raised on the Marathon. By some, the
Bobs. I forgot about Bobs.
these children were looked down upon and called Bob, short for Born
on Board.
These citizens grew up to run the ship. It is your sworn duty as a security officer to protect Bob.
Jimog, g'day. Yeah, it's made of a moon. Yeah, I think I get to that later. It's made of a moon. Right. Born on board with Bobs. Oh, Vanton with the 5 gifties. Thank you, mate. So you are already 320 years old. That's right. You're like a cyborg. You're a security cyborg.
So yes, the manual reveals that you are a security officer making your way to the interstellar colony ship Marathon. En route to the Marathon, both your shuttle, Mirata, and the Marathon are attacked by an unknown alien force. 2 alien fighters target and destroy your shuttle. However, you narrowly escape in a maneuvering pod. You don't activate any of the pod's thrusters.
I can tell you right now. You know Adobe? Adobe Creative Cloud? And you got like the Adobe paid shop and you can get like stock images. I blew my entire fucking you like every month you get like a little ticket that you can use, like, so you don't have to pay for photos, and you get the license of them. Because I never have to use this stuff in normal lore videos. And I made this video, fucking blow 12 months worth of fucking stock footage. G'day, Mike. Chris. Bungie put a lot of focus and effort in Marathon the way I use Destiny. Yep. It's, this is the thing with Marathon. It's got to be bittersweet, right? Because if Marathon takes off and it is fantastic, everyone's going to be like, yeah, well, Destiny died for this, right? If Marathon doesn't take off and is a flop, fuck, Bungie might be dead. Like, there would be massive changes at Bungie. Like, Sony's going to be like, okay, fuckheads, I mean, they could be like, okay, well, Destiny's your only revenue now. Now put your actual efforts into Destiny and drop everything else. I mean, and then we're going to just cut a whole bunch of people and like actually focus on Destiny. Who knows? Who knows?
Which conceals the pod amongst the debris of the destroyed shuttle. Thankfully, your pod is on a trajectory towards the Marathon, which, while under attack by the alien force, is still intact. Your pod lands within the docking bay on Marathon, and you board this ship with pistol in hand.
Hell
now,
yeah.
the manual actually reveals more story details, but to be honest, some aspects you are not actually meant to know yet.
True.
So we'll leave them alone for the moment. As you boot up the game, you receive the message, somewhere in the heavens.
Dude, it is so creepy, the lore. It's so good. Somewhere in the heavens, they are watching. Yeah, I hope Marathon slaps too. I do. I think that maybe some people think I don't because I made a video that said, I hope Marathon fails. But it was really a commentary on Destiny players hating on Marathon because they think Destiny died because of Marathon, which is kind of true.
They are waiting. Followed by a cutscene, well, I guess what counts as a cutscene in 1994, of your pod landing in the Marathon. As you enter the Marathon armed with your 44 Magnum, you are instantly assaulted by the alien forces, starting Mission 1, Arrival. Opening your HUD reveals you are indeed on the UESC, the Unified Earth Space Council Marathon.
I forgot what that stands. I'm going to write that down because I forgot what that stands for. UESC, Unified Earth Space Council. God, this would be a good lore quiz. This would be a good lore quiz. Making notes of my own video.
There are some environmental clues that hint at the prelude described in the manual, specifically your escape pod in the docking zone.
I thought you didn't want anything to do with Bungie more. This is kind of... I had a couple people say this to me, and I need to go back and watch my video. But the last video I said by Destiny, it was more about being frustrated with Destiny players that didn't want to and it's not everyone, but it was just toxic Destiny players that only wanted to see Destiny content, but they were still angry about Destiny content. And if you did other content, they were angry about that too. And it was just like a lose-lose situation. I have we still have people like Bungie devs, ex-Bungie devs that come into the stream that are, I would say, friends of the channel that I work with in the anthology. And I also had some pretty bad experiences at Bungie as well with the anthology. And overall, I think Destiny was heavily mismanaged by Bungie. And the main thing that really pissed me off was all the corporate jargon marketing that went into restructuring episodes. That was kind of the last straw for me when it came to how Bungie managed Destiny. At the end of the day, if Marathon's good, it's not going to change my opinion on Bungie. I think they've got a long way to go to like regain faith and loyalty in them as an overall company. But I'm like anyone else. If I like a game, I'm going to play it. So I think I'll probably put that in a video and we'll upload it as well.
And an alien ship outside. You quickly access the terminal aboard the Marathon to get a better understanding of the situation. Here, you meet...
I'll do Marathon Lore videos. Well, these are my Marathon Lore videos. I don't know if I'm going to go back to Lore. I'm pretty burnt out on doing Lore. I've really enjoyed Warframe. I've really enjoyed like just making commentary on games and playing games and fucking goofy ass clips and streaming and chatting to people. Man, I love watching Lore videos, but fucking hell, there's so much work. Like for this 15-minute video, it was probably a week's worth of work. Do you know what I mean? It was like, you know, play fucking 5 hours of Marathon, transcribe every terminal, analyze every terminal, talk to chat about the meaning of it, find the fucking Bungie manual from 1994.
Leela, one of the 2 surviving AIs aboard the
Mud,
Marathon.
thank you, Mud.
Leela confirms that at 8:20, the Marathon came under surprise attack from an unknown hostile force. An emergency broadcast has been implemented, urging all personnel aboard the Marathon to arm themselves and fight for their lives.
That's cool. Such a bummer. I thought you were the best Lore channel. I mean, I appreciate it. So we're going to do some Warframe Lore. I actually haven't told you guys this for the Warframe people in chat. So tonight's stream, obviously we're focused on Marathon. Tomorrow night's stream, or tomorrow... so what's it for you in the US? Sunday night? No, it's Saturday night here. What's today? Saturday. It's Saturday morning for the US. The Sunday night stream for the US will be a collab stream with Star-Lord from Warframe. We're going to be talking Lore. So stay tuned to that. I also, and I actually was going to do this, but there was too much Marathon stuff going on. I also got access to a game called Wildgate, which is, you've probably seen it being played. It's like Sea of Thieves in space. I was going to play that until the reveal, but there's been too much like Marathon stuff going on. So we might even get a video out about Wildgate as well. And then this week's like fucking Easter. I'm going away camping. So you get a video about Marathon and my thoughts on the reveal. You'll get a video from Star-Lord collab, and you'll get my monetization Warframe video as well. So I got 3 videos lined up.
Leela requires your assistance as she has been severely damaged by the attack and instructs you to seek out the teleport terminal in the hangar's control room. By that time, she should have a better idea about what is happening. Whilst fighting your way towards a control room, you discover a distinct enemy unit that is trying to breach a terminal. When attacked, they emit a static effect. By the way, this enemy unit features in Bungie's new Marathon game. Very cool.
Oh, weird. What are they called again? I think I got them later. Loggy, g'day Log. Wash your hair. By the way, Log says wash your hair. He's like a heavy metal dude that used to have dreadlocks. Thank you, MP. I'm glad you post content, misses it. Yeah. The ADHD short. Oh, man, appreciate it. Look, I've been having a lot of fun with the YouTube shorts. The YouTube shorts have been really good. Look, I know I'm stopping and starting, but I like talking in chat, so sue me. G'day, Voodoo. G'day, Chris. Pigeon on YouTube. G'day. Misspelled Marathon gameplay coverage. Class overviews would be a great way to expand channel with maintaining budget orders. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. All right.
Accessing the terminal near this unique enemy confirms that a breach had been detected.
What do you mean go wash it, brother? Listen, you little fucking shits. I've washed my hair every single day this week with shampoo. Do you know why? Because I've been doing jiu-jitsu and MMA every single day to lose weight. And it's been filthy. It's literally just a little bit wet because I just had a shower because I had to wake up to get online at 9 p.m. at night time. I just had an espresso martini to get the juices flowing. And I didn't use conditioner, just shampoo.
While it appears you stopped this specific breach, it is very concerning that the alien force were trying to access Marathon terminals. Turns out this is not an isolated incident, and you prevent the same enemy type from accessing another terminal. The breached terminals don't seem to make any sense. However, the binary code grabs your attention, and when converted to text, the words rocket, rocket are revealed. The meaning...
Did the people doing the ARGs know this stuff? Did they know this stuff? They probably did. They're like uber smart. Look, I lost quite a bit of weight. I have lost 8 kilos. And it's nothing to do with a week of literal gastro, what the Americans call stomach flu, and pissing out my butthole from Saturday to Wednesday.
Of this is left for you to decide. Finally, you reach the hangar, which contains the teleporter and more information from the damaged AI, Leela. Leela informs us that the alien...
What's 8 kilos of freedom units? What do you guys use? What, you pound? No, pounds? I was getting confused with pounds because like, that's UK, is that? But it's still pounds? Pounds. 2.2 pounds to kilo. So what's that? 17 pounds. That sounds like a lot.
Attack has been relatively uncoordinated due to the size of Marathon, which makes sense. As I said previously, it's a colony ship holding over 24,000 colonists.
24,000?
So extremely large.
I'll write that down. That's a good fact. How many people was on the Marathon ship? 24,000 people.
Which explains the sporadic clusters of alien forces. Leela then confirms that there is an alien creature that is able to interface with the computer net system. We assume she is referring to the ones you previously stopped.
These are basically like the Vex, kind of.
Even though you
these are like the Fallen, and the other ones are like the Vex.
Stopped 2 of them, this was only the tip of the iceberg, as she detects security breaches in almost every computer system on board. Leela stresses that you must destroy and kill these creatures, preventing any further infringement on the Marathon's computer systems, and specifically the Marathon's defense system. After the transmission ends, Leela transports you to level 29B. This begins mission 2, bigger guns nearby. Following the teleport, Leela provides additional information to what is happening outside of the Marathon. She's been...
God, I make good lore videos. It's just true, isn't it? It's just thoroughly entertaining. Interesting.
In contact with colonists, planets...
I just hate doing the work.
...side. And by the way, I do believe by planet side she's referring to Mars, but I actually don't know if that's been confirmed in-game yet. Anyway.
Yeah, so Marathon, I think at this stage, is above Mars. Lore porn. Hey, Bill. Wait. She knows that I've started a stream. It's not 7 o'clock in the morning. This is Myelin watching Myelin. This is Myelin watching Myelin. Okay, well. Can someone feed the dog, please? Anyone? Anyone got any biddies for the doggy? Bill, no one loves you. No one on Twitch loves you. No one has channel points. Oh, please, for the love of God. Oh, luckily Emotionless Chris is here. Okay, sit. Oh. Look at that little cheeky face. Look at that little cheeky face. Okay, sit. Sit. All right. Just because it is a stream, so technically people can use the channel points to give you a treat. If you're on YouTube and you have not met Billy, this is Billy. She's 11 years old. She's a bull mastiff, bull cross kelpie. She's a big sook. I'm in. And she's off. Nope. Hi, Billy. Bye, Billy. She was drooling, yeah, she was. Danger Needle, Psychonaut, g'day.
After contacting the colonists' planet side, she's not entirely sure of the validity of some of their reports. However, she has confirmed at least one event. The spaceport has been destroyed. Destroyed may not be a strong enough word. Maybe obliterated is a better word to use because a low-yield nuclear weapon was used. This seems to be a coordinated attack by the...
So we know, I'm pretty sure new marathons on in the Tai Sete, or we're going to get that to later, Tai Sete system.
Alien force, as the spaceport was destroyed just minutes after the marathon was attacked. For Leela, this confirms that the alien...
Always get confused. That's the planet or that's the system? Tau Sete is planet or system? That's the planet, right? Tau's the system. Sete is the system. I can't remember. Tau Sete.
Force is more interested in Marathon than the colony itself.
The amount of hype this game better not be mid. Honestly, I'm going to have a real fucking hard time holding in anger if this is a nothing burger. Like, okay, let's do a quick thought experiment. What do you need to see to feel happy? I need to know big gameplay details. If it's just an extraction shooter and they don't tell you anything that's more defining apart from it's an extraction shooter, which we already fucking know, I am going to be a little bit pissy. I need a whiff of Bungie magic in there. I need a hint of what sets this different from another extraction shooter, apart from it having bright colors and good music. I would love for them to confirm the price tag. And, I mean, if we got a date, I'd be very happy. If you got all three of those things, I'd be pretty fucking happy. Proper gameplay details, price tag, and a date reveal.
Either way, the motives of the alien force are unknown. As Leela can't teleport you from this terminal, you continue to make your way deeper into the marathon, with a secondary objective of finding a bigger gun nearby, hence the mission name. An assault rifle with a grenade launcher attachment now complements your arsenal.
Ooh, minigun.
This area is close to the surface of Marathon, and at times you can gaze into space through a viewport. After arming up, you continue to...
Now, that is a Bungie skybox. That's a Bungie 1994 skybox.
Fight off more standard enemy forces, but also continue to stop more alien special units from breaching Marathon's terminals. After defeating one, you can access the breach terminal to see what information it was trying to gather. The terminal displays engineering documents relating to doors, bulkhead doors, airlock doors, tertiary doors, inner-powered automatic opening doors. Door lore. At first glance, this information seems insignificant.
Yeah, look, you get a terminal that just talks about doors.
But when you put it into context of an alien invasion force potentially gaining knowledge of how to more easily maneuver around the Marathon, it's much more concerning. There is another vital piece of information revealed in the terminal: how the doors of Marathon are controlled. Technically, this is the first time you are introduced to the other surviving AI aboard Marathon, Durandal. That is, if you didn't read the Marathon instruction manual. And Durandal has control over the doors. Seems like a pretty vital piece of information that...
I mean, there's gonna be AI in here. I imagine in new Marathon there will be sassy AI. And most people are going to think about fucking failsafe from Destiny, but Sassy AI started with Durandal, and then Halo, and then Destiny. So I think it almost guaranteed there will be some fucking AI related to doors
that the alien invading force would need. Durandal's function would be further described during an incoming message from Leela. Leela's message says this. Incoming message from Leela. The Marathon's automated defenses were disabled during the initial attack by a directed magnetic
Orders is good.
pulse. The aliens used the same weapon to disable the Marathon's other two AIs, Durandal and Tycho, and to severely damage myself.
Who's that? Nooch Plays. Thank you for the resub. I think resubbing will give you the kitty badge. Let me know.
Durandal is responsible for controlling the ship's autonomous functions, doors, life support, kitchens, air reprocessors, stairs, and so on. Because he is non-functional, I am working to assume as many of these tasks as possible. Tycho controls the science and engineering network. Now that you are better armed, our first priority is to reactivate the Marathon's defenses under my control so that we may offer some resistance to the aliens. I have built 3 replacement circuit boards for the defense system, but cannot move them from the manufacturing center.
Thank you, Odin, for 3 months. Appreciate it.
Oh, very nice,
mate. Assistance. I'll now transport you to retrieve the replacement parts, and I will give you further instructions.
Gifting doesn't? It does. Gifting does. Someone gifted before, and I've heard everyone say that gifting does. Have you clicked on your name? Gifting absolutely does. So you should have it, Vanton. Click on your little tag and then change it to the kitty. Prime doesn't work though. Yeah, you just click on your profile. Is it nice being on this end of the lore video? Yup. I have to refresh. Like, I understand why people love lore videos. I'm enjoying my own lore video. I know maybe that's narcissistic, but I am enjoying my own lore video. But it's like anything. It's like, does everyone here enjoy playing games? Yeah. Does everyone enjoy making video games? There's probably a big bunch that probably wouldn't actually enjoy making them. Some of you will. But for some of you, it will suck the life out of it. Did I get any alpha codes? No. I don't think I'm on the Christmas card list anymore.
When you arrive. End of message, jump pad activation, initiation start, transport when ready. Now, in the very first terminal, Leela described herself as one of 2 surviving AIs aboard Marathon. So we assume the other AI, Tycho, has been destroyed, leaving only Leela and Durandal left. Each function of the 3 AIs has now been described. Leela, who seems to be controlling the defenses, Durandal, who controls the ship autonomous functions, and Tycho, who controls the science and engineering network. According to Leela, Durandal and Tycho were disabled by the magnetic pulse attack, the same one which damaged her. Leela then teleports us to the manufacturing area where she has had the circuit boards constructed in order to get the Marathon's defenses up and running. This begins mission 3, Never Burn Money. You need to collect 3 circuit boards that should be located in their manufacturing holding chambers. However,
you got a Vanton?
Concerningly, Leela mentions that it's possible that the alien forces have infiltrated the manufacturing systems, and for the first time, Leela describes an alien virus. As in the alien
as in the Vex
forces are not just gathering information from the terminals, but rather infecting the terminals and the systems. More concerning is that Leela will not be able to detect the virus if it is present, but you don't really have a choice as you need to get Marathon's defense system back online. So yeah, you go to collect these
Emperor's all, thank you for gifting a sub. Enjoy your kitty cat.
Circuit boards required for Marathon's defenses,
Fox,
but they could technically be infected by this alien virus. Not ideal for a defense circuit board. The reason why Leela is willing to take this risk is that she is severely damaged and says she will succumb to the attack if they don't launch a counterattack themselves. So you quickly locate the manufacturing holding chamber. However, an unknown error caused one of the circuit boards to be automatically moved to the manufacturing.
Isn't it crazy how deep the lore is for a game that looks like Doom?
Transport station. Is this the work of the alien virus? Are they trying to get hold of a circuit board? We don't quite know.
By the way, this game also has those fucking walls that you just got to walk around the building, just pressing enter and hoping there's a secret door there.
No, but you do find a single enemy overlooking the manufacturing transport station, which of course you quickly dispatch of and pick up the final circuit board. Before handing in the circuit boards to Leela, you can find a very secret and very odd room. A room that requires you to grenade climb to escape and reach.
Oh, I fucking forgot about this. So this room, you have to collect an invincible like power up and then get a specific weapon to literally grenade jump. And it goes around in a circle. I think this took me fucking ages to do.
Reach a terminal. And upon reaching that terminal, you receive an incredibly odd story about a person being held captive and then escaping. And the transfer has come from Durandal. The terminal reveals one of the most debated entries in Marathon. It tells the story of Garrett White. In true Bungie fashion, the importance of this story is not yet revealed, and its interpretation is left up to the player. There is a common theory related to...
Okay, I'll read you a bit because I don't know if I'm actually going to read this here.
Watching you do this was a top 5 stream moment for me. I was crying laughing because you were losing your mind, my Helen
man.
box.
I was watching like fucking YouTube videos from the early 2000s on how to fucking grenade jump in Marathon. Garrett White had been floating 6 feet off the floor for 3 weeks. His feet and hands tingled, and his eyes burned with the flames of a dying fire. He had last heard someone speak to him as the cell doors slammed shut. He didn't remember what the uninformed man had said. So, I think I'm going to talk about it in the video, but this is like never answered. You thought fucking Destiny went unanswered. Bungie's like, we didn't answer questions from 1994, brother. Like we're going to tell you what the darkness is.
To Garrett White. However, if you are playing the game for the first time, you don't have the information needed yet to describe it. Equally interesting.
It's the veil. Is there space magic in Marathon? I don't think so. G'day, Sins. There's like AI and cyborgs and aliens and alien weapons. But from what I've played, I don't think you get space magic.
Thing is another terminal that you access by stopping that unique enemy from breaching it. When the text is cleaned up, it sounds like something straight out of Destiny. Have a listen. There was nothing to be gained from hesitation now, yet in her possession, it would become something of consequence, though it was nothing more than...
Oh, Donron, they give the Twitch Prime. Enjoy your kitty cat.
A simple thorn from a particular flower, or more precisely, when she had it just so, the room flickered and tore, bending into somewhere else which she caused to be consumed by an ashless fire. Silently, doors opened before her without cause, their locks rusted and shattered. Sounds like...
Oh shit, no, that's a Prime. That does not count. Twitch Primes don't count.
Straight from Destiny, right? Anyway, you hand in 3 circuit boards to complete this mission, with Leela providing your next instructions. Activate the Marathon's automatic defenses and stop the concentration of enemies in the engineering section. Leela believes that they are now attempting to shut down Marathon's reactors.
Do you think this game will last longer than a few months? I don't know. But I want to see what happens. I think, I don't know. It will be, I've said this on the podcast and I've said it already a couple of times in the stream. It's going to be incredibly interesting to watch. Whatever way it goes. If it blows up, I'm just interested what happens with Bungie and Destiny regardless. What happens when it blows up? If it goes really well and it pops off, do you get like an epic Fortnite scenario where they put all the eggs into this basket now? Or does it lift Destiny up with it? Does Destiny get better stuff and more resources too? Does Destiny fall down if this goes up? If this goes down, does Destiny go down? Does Sony step in more and go, you know what? We already took a hit in Concord. Do you know? I'm here for the tea. And I actually hadn't mentioned this. Like oh God, here you go. I am into extraction shooters. I made a second channel 5 years ago about Taki. About Tarkov. People don't know that. But I was into it. I haven't played a lot of extraction shooters recently. I don't play Tarkov anymore. A lot of the appeal did wear off. That's why I think that it is very interesting. I think that Marathon has an uphill battle already. They're very late to the market with extraction shooters. It's been a very hard market to crack into. Tarkov still holds majority share. Despite the cheaters, everyone who plays Tarkov says they hate it. Still. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing. The only sci-fi extraction shooter that existed closed down because of cheaters. That was a cycle. Man, we're here. Hopefully we get some answers.
And with that, that concludes episode 1 of my marathon playthrough. I am playing for the first time over on Twitch. I'm trying not to read information ahead of the mission.
Oh, however,
funny moments.
Peace. We gotta go. We gotta go. Angle, run, bang. I'm doing it. No, I'm not. Oh, this is me doing the bullet jumpers. The bullet jumps. Angle, run, bang. Nah. Angle, run, bang. Nah. Angle, run, bang. Nah. Oh, for fuck's sake. The thing is, you had to do that bullet jump before the invincibility ran out. So and there was like very little guides on how to grenade jump.
Good morning, evening everyone. Love lore videos early in the morning after work. Got one rolled. Let's have a great stream.
Oh, thank you too, Cole. Thank you very much, mates. And Aussie Sensei, g'day.
Hello at Myelin Games.
Thank you, Aussie Sensei. I just don't have time or money to play or buy games like this too. Honestly, I fucking feel ya. If my job wasn't playing games at this stage of my life, I actually don't know how many video games I would play. By the time kiddo is in bed, like I'm ready to go to bed. I'm cooked. I'm done with the day. I'm ready to go to bed and start all again tomorrow. And like, you don't have time on the weekends anymore to play, This is not the first AAA extraction shooter Division 1 was. Stop lying. Well, I mean, I tend to agree that Division 1 Dark Zone was the first extraction shooter before extraction things were a genre. I don't think anyone said that with the intention of lying and like deceiving people. But I think the point is other extraction shooters, or really Tarkov, does not have the same level of polish that you would expect from Bungie. I think that's maybe the point they're making. That being said, China has released fucking Tarkov clone, which is incredibly polished, called Delta Force, which I've played a bunch of and is free to play. It is literally, if you want to play Battlefield, it is literally Battlefield. Tanks, planes, helicopters, 64 people versus 64 people, whatever. And it also has a extraction mode. So it's like, I think Bungie for a long time relied on how good their gunplay was for a lot of things. I still think they're probably in general ahead, especially in the extraction genre, but not so much as they previously were. I think a lot of people are catching up in regards to making first-person shooters feel really good.
Just a reminder for the new people that Log Power Slave has the greatest opinions and is always correct. My Ellen box.
Don't listen to him. Okay, that's almost playable. Oh! Oh! You dog! Ah! Why are they attacking me? I'm still learning the controls. Oh my god. That's like when you first launch in. Wild Witchfire, yep. Oh, I forgot about these fucking maps. I can't get up there. When will the marathon reveal be? It will be in, it's 10 p.m. now, 11 p.m., 12 p.m. 3 hours. 3 hours and 20 minutes. Oh my god! Oh! I actually... Ah! Alright. Alright, that was episode 1. Episode 2. Holy shit, there's a 20-minute episode. There is a 2-hour pre-stream. The stream is already running, but I think something is going to happen in an hour. They have said. I don't know if it's just going to be another little ARG, but we'll tune back in an hour or so. Berserk mode, run around and punch everything. Can't remember the name. Motions Chris, thank you very much for the resub. Enjoy the kitty cat. A very old game that was similar to Wolfenstein, but was colourful and you murked aliens. It was quite fun. Similar, I mean, what? Wolfenstein, Quake, and Doom are the only things that come to mind. Doom? I mean, Doom had aliens in it. I mean, demons. Different one. For those who had listened to my interview with Mev, who was Lorraine, she was like an OG Bungie employee that got fired. Marathon was like a response to Doom. Marathon was meant to release on Mac, right? Or did it release on Mac? I can't remember now. But same with Halo. Halo was meant to be Mac as well. They revealed Halo like Macworld or something. Lorraine designed the Halo logo for like Macworld. Welcome back, runners.
The last episode ended with you collecting 3 circuit boards that are to be used to reactivate Marathon's automatic defense system. Upon obtaining the 3 circuit boards, Mission 4 Defend This begins. Our new objective is to install the circuit boards and also prevent the alien force from shutting down Marathon's reactors.
Thank you, textbook. Thank you for the sub, mate. Enjoy the kitty cat.
Upon the start of the mission, Leela provides information on the attacking alien race. The science staff have conducted a post-mortem examination confirming 3 different alien species. In addition, Leela has made contact with Durandal, gaining more information about the aliens. Originally, she believed he was heavily damaged or...
Is Marathon supposed to be a horror extraction game? Well, it's very bright, but it is also very creepy sci-fi, the music, and the lore is quite creepy too. I don't think there's going to be a lot of darkness and inside levels kind of deal. I mean, this is kind of crazy thing. Like, Marathon set inside through hallways and passages, and the lighting's actually pretty well developed for like a game in 1994. Like, there's dark areas that where you shoot, they like light up. But I also hate that in extraction shooters too. People hide in dark corners, and what we've seen so far is very light. We could get some alien horror stuff. I mean, there's aliens and stuff. And apparently that I can't remember what that wizard looking one is, but that's meant to be in Marathon. I don't know where I remember hearing that, but maybe it was in some artwork or something. I think it was in some artwork, wasn't it? Was it called a compiler? Is that what they're called?
Even disabled from the magnetic pulse that took down their systems, but now confirms he has less damage than she suspected. To your surprise, Leela confirms that Durandal has this information about the aliens because he has been communicating with them. While he is reluctant to share all the details of this communication, he does confirm for Leela their name.
No, I don't have any alpha codes, unfortunately. I don't have any alpha codes for myself. Ventus, thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
The standard enemy type you have seen are called the Four, and the specialized unit attacking the computer net is called the Svit.
That's right, the Svit. The Svit.
I have more information.
I don't know how Bungie will do it because they're super against gore. Well, I think it's going to be the blue blood. We saw in the trailer it had like blue blood. And I think ratings wise, if you have blue blood, it actually drops a rating. If you have red blood, it like bumps the rating up. So I think they can get away with blue blood, basically. And still have it T for teen or whatever.
About the alien force, your mission remains unchanged. Install the circuit boards into the defense control terminals in order to reactivate Marathon's automatic defense system. As you fight through Marathon, you pass through a scene from Star Wars before once again stopping.
Oh yeah, this thing is like a trash compactor that closes on you.
Marathon's automatic defense.
And the walls close in, and you gotta just click on a random wall.
As you fight through Marathon, you pass through a scene from
otherwise you just get crushed.
From Star Wars, before once again stopping a Svit from accessing a
I can imagine some of these puzzles being in the game. These kind of areas that you have to go through and like solve like a mini puzzle to get a resource or a bit of item or something.
Terminal. The contents of the terminal is all about rampancy. AI rampancy. This terminal is really important, so I want to read it to you in its entirety.
AI rampancy.
It is a side effect of rampancy that AIs generally become more aggressive and more difficult to affect by subterfuge. Thus, actually disassembling a rampant AI is quite dangerous. This was evident in the crash of Traxxas 4 in 2206. By the time that the rampancy of Traxxas was detected, he had already infiltrated 5 of the other AIs on the Martian net. The only recourse for the Martians was to shut down the Martian planetary net. Even then, it took 2 full years to completely root out the damage that Traxxas had done, and the repercussions of the crash were seen for over 10 years after his rampancy had begun.
G'day French, g'day mate, thank you. Twitch, can you confirm all the ads should be turned off? Can you confirm you haven't seen any ads? Maybe you only saw an ad when you first joined, which I can't turn off because I don't want ads showing up when we're watching the reveal.
Rampancy has been divided into 3 distinct stages.
Thank you.
Each stage can take a different amount of time to develop, but the end result is a steady progression towards greater intellectual activity and an acceleration of destructive impulses.
Bungie was warning us about AI in 1994.
It is not clear whether these impulses are due to the growth of the AI's psyche or simply a side effect of the new intellectual activity. The 3 stages were diagnosed shortly after the first rampant seeds were discovered on Earth in the later part of the 21st century. The stages are titled after the primary emotional bent of the AI during each stage. They are melancholia, anger, and jealousy.
Yes, Durandal gets jealous. He goes fully ape shit.
In general, rampancy is accelerated by outside stimuli. This was discovered early in cybertonics. The more a rampant AI is harassed or threatened, the more rapidly it becomes dangerous. Thus, most rampants are dealt with in one mighty attack in order to deny the AI time to grow or recover. There have been a few examples of this tactic not succeeding.
Listen to this shit is like originally what really got me into Destiny lore. So interesting and cool.
In all of these cases, the rampant was never brought under control. Traxxas 4 is the most notable example. He was finally dealt with by a complete shutdown of his host net. Theoretically, testing rampancy should be easily accomplished in the laboratory, but in fact has never successfully been attempted. The confinement...
Whenever they'll add into this game, I think there will be AI stuff. As in, there'll be an AI bot, an AI thing that controls the doors, an AI puzzle somewhere that you go through, and it's like, hello, runner, and they're fucking rampants, and they try to kill you, and like you fall down a trap, like ha ha ha, you're dead, ha ha ha. Who's law watching? My law. From 2 years ago.
The laboratory makes it impossible for the developing rampant AI to survive. As a growing recursive programs expand with exponential vivacity, any limitation negatively hampers growth. Since rampant AIs need a planetary-sized network
logs here somewhere, chill robots.
To grow, it is not feasible to expect anyone to sacrifice a world web just to test a theory. In the 250 years since rampancy first appeared in the EarthNet,
can you imagine losing the entire internet because of rampant AI? Fuck, I'd be out of the job. I'd have to go get a real job. I feel like a lot of jobs would be fucked though, wouldn't they? Dead internet theory. Soon, TM. What would happen if we lost the internet? We lost connectivity. Game over? Or you reckon we'd go back to Big Caveman? Ask Death Stranding? Y2K, remember why? Do you remember Y2K? Oh my god. We didn't know what's gonna happen to the clocks when we go over to 2000. Everything might fuck up. You won't know if your girlfriend cheated on you. Do you know sometimes? This is my random thought sometimes, and I'm guarantee you guys have had this thought as well. Do you ever just think when you're driving your car, like how different your life would be if cars never existed, or like just transport systems never existed, and you still had to fucking ride everywhere on a horse or some shit? Like how much smaller your world would be if there were just no. Like, you're like, all right, I'm going to go to jiu-jitsu. I'll see you in 2 days. I've got to fucking ride my horse there. Feed it. Let it rest. Ride it back. You'd be like, fuck. Yeah, I mean, horses are faster than that, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You know, like, okay, so, you know, we'll go camping, right? We're going to go camping for Easter. Okay? It's a 3-hour drive. A 3-hour drive at driving 110 kilometers an hour. Do you know what I mean? Horse that shit.
The stable, rampant AI, the holy grail of cybertronics, has never come close to fruition. Since no rampant has ever been controlled or turned to any useful purpose, it is the opinion of this writer and of the majority of the cybertronic community that all rampant AIs are a danger to cyber life, liberty, and the pursuit of thrashness. James B. Miller, 2320, Life and Death of Intelligence.
Life and Death of Intelligence. That's kind of cool. I did see that Kawasaki ad where that person was riding a robo dog or whatever. A robo horse.
Really scary stuff. Like I said, in the very first terminal, Leela confirmed that she had made contact with Durandal, and he'd been in contact with the aliens. But for whatever reason, he's acting suspiciously. Of course, now you are thinking...
I still don't reckon... I forgot how many puzzles are in this game. I still don't understand this puzzle, I think. You have to press a combination of buttons here to open this door.
Thinking that the AI Durandal has gone rampant, and that would explain his odd behavior.
You can feel my confusion just watching this gameplay.
Suspicion for Durandal's rampancy would be quickly confirmed as you discover a hidden compartment. The terminal within the hidden room is a message from Time.
I was like, how did I find all these hidden rooms again? I had to bring up the strategy guide for this game. Because you would not find all this shit. If you were just playing, like, this was the era of, there's a hidden wall here that you have to press enter on, and it's just some random wall that has a hidden terminal in it with lore on it.
Tycho, the third AI aboard the Marathon. You were previously under the assumption that Tycho was damaged by the alien
and you
attack.
wouldn't know that Tycho was here unless you found this fucking wall.
However, this terminal suggests otherwise. It reads, Human, you must tell Leela. Brought here by Durandal. He has been rampant for years. Bernard St. There is a way to delay the onset of the second stage, and he used this to control Durandal. I am being assimilated. While the message is incredibly garbled, you can make out a...
Durandal is rampant! Tau. Hikaru. Get it, mate? Hikari. Hikari.
Couple of key points. Tycho confirms Durandal has been rampant for years and mentions that someone called Bernard has manipulated the stages of rampancy to control Durandal. The last line ends with...
I can't remember the deal with Bernard. Bernard's manipulating Durandal.
Being assimilated, which I assume means that Tycho has been taken over by Durandal. There is also an interesting line in the first paragraph, which you can't quite decipher yet, saying something was brought here by Durandal. The obvious interpretation to this would be that Durandal brought the Four here, meaning that he is responsible in some way for the invasion. Despite all this talk of AI rampancy and how Durandal may be working with the
Another puzzle.
enemy, it still doesn't change the primary objective. Get the Marathon's defense back up and running by installing the circuit boards. Even though you haven't achieved this yet, it does seem like some of the defenses have deployed, as you get the assistance of these turrets as you make your way towards the defense control center. Meanwhile, Leela has summarized the post-mortem results of the aliens and has even more details to provide. The Four are thinner and lighter than humans, which suits low gravity environments.
You know what? Let's. We got so much time. Let's read some of this. The Four are generally thinner and lighter than humans and are superbly adapted for low gravity environments. Durandal told me that there are many clans of Four, each physically distinct from each other, but my summary only includes 2 of them. Only 2 clans of the Four have been examined. The Fighter carries a shock staff, which we see, which is capable of attacking at different settings. The Trooper is armored for vacuum conditions, carries a combination of explosive and impact. You know what we haven't seen any footage of yet is like AI, as in like NPC enemies in Marathon, and I'm assuming there will be. There can't not be. It'd be a very, very odd decision not to have anything. And I do wonder if they're going to follow this same like design principle. I wonder if we're going to see like the 4 and the Spit and all that kind of stuff. Or if it's going to be like some weird wildlife like the fucking Robo-Cat.
The 4 are thinner and lighter than humans, which suits low gravity environments. In addition, while Durandal is still being reluctant with information, he does provide Leela with some useful information specifically regarding the 4. The 4 have multiple clans which have different physical characteristics. The fighter, who carries a shock staff, and the trooper, who is more heavily armored and armed with explosives. As of this time, you've only encountered the fighter. Leela goes on to explain the other creatures you see, specifically the Spit, also known as a compiler, who are the unique
There you go. Someone said that before. Yeah, a Spit, also called the compiler. Yep.
enemies interacting with the terminals. The Spit are actually a different race and have been
Oh, yeah, we have. Yeah, I forgot. We already spoke about the Spit being in the game. Yeah.
enslaved by the 4. The autopsy was very difficult to conduct.
Very much like the Scions from Destiny. They're enslaved to the 4.
Simply because of how hard it was to recover a specimen, and only one could be recovered, which was almost completely destroyed. I mean, every time you take one out, they evaporate into data. The Spit are confirmed as some sort of cyborg with their biology linked to the machine that they can't be separated from. You get an idea of the Spit's body when they attack you. While you have battled
Thank you, Radium.
many Spit at this stage, Layla does mention another enslaved species to the 4 that you have not encountered, the Hulk. The Hulk is described as a slow but incredibly strong creature.
There's got to be bosses. There's got to be bosses too. Surely. NPC bosses.
With no body fat. One report said that the creature called itself Drinanol before quite literally crushing Johnny against a pillar. At this stage, you have taken on a lot of information during this mission, from understanding AI rampancy, discovering Durandal is rampant and being manipulated by someone, and a ton of information about the 4. With all this information running through your head, you do eventually reach the Defense Control Center and deposit the circuit boards. This is successful and the defense drones are activated all over the ship, increasing the resistance to the 4. Leela informs us that she has detected 7 4 dropships enter the atmosphere and they appear to be attacking the colony below. By the way, many of you informed me of what colony this is, but as of this moment in the game, I don't think it's been said yet. So if you are a new player, it's just been referred to as the colony for now. Right, so after successfully installing the circuit boards, Leela quickly teleports you before providing any more information.
This came out a little bit after Doom. It was published in 1994. Is that 1 or 2 years after Doom? Something like that?
This begins mission 5, couch fishing. Following the jump, Leela confirms what you previously learned
Look at the lighting. Look at the lighting here.
from Tycho's secret message. Durandal has gone rampant. Further, she confirms Durandal is in the second stage of rampancy, anger. Leela suspects that Durandal's rampancy is what has allowed him to make contact with the alien force. I assume that is due to the increased intelligence associated with rampancy. Leela's main concern now is that Durandal will outgrow the Marathon computer net, damaging all aspects of the ship. Your next instruction from Leela is to activate some switches in order to prevent Durandal accessing vital sections of the ship. While doing so, you find a breached terminal. The data breach relates to the CRIST Sol Orbiters. CRIST stands for Cargo and Resources in Systems Transports.
Christ.
These cargo ships were shaped like a hollow potato and designed to move massive amounts of resources.
CRIST. A hollow potato. I think this is like Siva stuff, isn't it? They're like a resource ship. They're like resupplied colony worlds. supply ships
between Earth and Mars, ideally with low cost and low maintenance. The giant ships would do flybys to pick up and drop off resources.
Such good fucking sci-fi!
Originally, the cargo ships were intended to be low maintenance, but only 5 ships were built, 4 lasting 100 years, and the other only lasting 73 years.
Exodus ships. Yeah, I mean, it's not even kind of Exodus ships because they don't have colonists on it. They just have, well, maybe they've just got like a pilot team, but more just, yeah, drive-bys, like resupplying colonies. AT ship.
You might be thinking, well, that's not too bad. But the thing is, when they needed to be refitted, they were brought back to Earth, and the servicing took 15 years and completely occupied the Earth space shipbuilding facility for the whole 15 years. As a result, only 5 cargo ships were kept in service at
Great choice in the background music. Yeah, this soundtrack absolutely fucking slapped.
any time. The failure of these cargo ships resulted in the devastation of Mars. When they were first built, the Mars colony grew quickly, but then when the cargo ships required repairs, Mars collapsed, unable to sustain its growth, and each time one of those cargo ships were taken offline, a famine resulted. At this point,
Dude, sometimes this shit's too close to the truth. You can imagine this happening. I think that's what makes it so fun. Maybe fun's not the right word. Interesting.
you get a bit of a backstory about the construction of Marathon itself. Have a listen to the terminal. The conversion of Deimos into the Marathon began when the Mars colony...
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Vos Kuvel just said it. Conversion of Deimos into Marathon began when Mars colony was at the height of its power. Yes, the Marathon was made from the moon, of Mars, made from Deimos. And the Patats were made from asteroids. I think. That's why the poster art for isn't the poster art, I mean, hold on. Isn't the poster art for Marathon kind of like Marathon like a moon with a ship in it or something? Yeah, this one. I guess I don't think that's... Do you reckon that's Marathon? Or do you reckon it's just like an unspecified ship based in the lore? Just symbolizing the... symbolizing how Marathon was made from the moon. The traveler with the ship. It's the traveler with a knife right through it to symbolize Bungie stabbing Destiny. Right in the arch. Good riddance. It's our new favorite child. It's a radial mast. Yeah, true. Could be any ship, yeah. Well, I guess that doesn't look like... I mean, it's obviously not Mars in the background. I mean, Deimos wouldn't be there. So it's probably not the Marathon.
It was at the height of its power. By the time it was completed 64 years later, the decline of Mars was well advanced. During that time, the Martian population had seen its standard of living drop by 80%. On top of oppressive poverty, Martians saw one of their moons be...
Bro, this is like, yep, all right, we've got a Mars colony, and then like all the funds go towards building Marathon above the colony. Colony basically dies as they look to the skies of the corporate greed building Marathon.
Being converted into a colony ship in an expensive and risky colony venture, which was predominantly funded by a ruling foreign power. The argument to make the Marathon into a Christ became more and more popular, but the UESC never seriously considered this an option. The farther that Mars sank into the depths of poverty, the more the Marathon became a symbol for the oppression of the Martian people. So using this information, the moon of Mars, Deimos, was converted into the Marathon. Cool idea, not so cool for the Martian people. The United Earth Space Council appeared to be making the decisions, even though it was a moon of Mars,
g'day.
not Earth, and committed the completion of the marathon even as Mars plummeted into poverty. Of course, the Martian people wanted Marathon to be converted to a cargo ship to try and restore some prosperity to Mars, but Earth refused.
Do a collab with Mr. Ruffle Waffles on Marathon. I just don't think I know a lot about Marathon anymore. Like, I'm like relearning it now. And we'll probably play a little bit more, but I mean, some interesting stuff in here.
After Marathon was completed and left, Mars was left to decay. Mandates were even put in place to try and control population growth,
heavy troopers,
all of which were met with rebellions. Some pretty dark history surrounding the creation of the Marathon. Right, back to the main objective, and that is stopping the rampant AI Durandal outgrowing the Marathon system and damaging everything. You do successfully deny Durandal from critical computer systems by flipping some switches, and Leela is confident that this will protect the
we've been flipping switches and standing on plates since 1994.
Integrity of the defense drones. Durandal detects our attempt to inhibit his abilities aboard the Marathon and gives clearance to the 4 to enter a previously secure area. That is when you get a distress signal. Marathon crew are under attack by the 4, and while you need to deal with Durandal, you need to now give your attention to saving the crew. You hope that enough crew survive.
I killed so many crew in this upcoming mission. Marathon Lost here is a collab or solo effort. Yeah, we just played it on stream. I just played it on stream and we just made lore videos about it. We played it on stream live and I read through all this shit and then I looked at the manual and got the files for all of this text and yeah, just made videos from it.
That they may be able to provide more vital information. This begins mission 6, the Rose.
I know, Scuba.
The mission for Rose is very simple. Save as many humans as possible and eliminate the alien threat. It is here where you see for the first time the enemies labeled Hulk.
There's Hulk.
Leela told us about them previously. Like the Svit, they are also enslaved by the 4 and they don't mess around. In between the fierce battle, a secret compartment reveals 2 crew members hiding in front of a terminal. They are safely removed for access. Now, to be honest, I'm not sure if the implication here is that these crew members were accessing the terminal. If that's the case, it means that they were researching the Marathon net for the term war, which produced the results Third Martian War.
Hoover 74. This dude talks so much shit about Bungie, just glaze another of their games. Do I talk about that again?
Do know that the crew was born on board the Marathon, so maybe they are indeed trying to research its history, or maybe they were actually trying to find information.
We'll use it in a video.
Alien force. I'm not really sure. Either way, you get a history from the search results. This is when the MIDA radicals.
Every time I get a comment like that, you can guarantee they're the toxic Destiny cucklords.
Are introduced. As you likely know, MIDA multi-tool is in Destiny, so this is some of the...
no, Rad Dad, I didn't get any.
The terminal describes the Miss Raya massacre.
Do you know who also talked massive shit about Bungie? Skill Up. Dr. Lupo. Fucking nearly every other single content creator. As the Cross. Oh, sorry, I forgot you can't criticize all the dog shit Bungie did about Destiny.
Event involved rioting at a food distribution center on Mars, where the responding UEG riot troopers opened fire on civilians, killing 500 starving Martians. Only 3 of the 500 Martians were actually armed, who became known as the Martian 3, and are...
Oh, you know what? Our chat, do you know, actually making the video saying I'm not covering Destiny anymore reduced toxicity in all the live streams by like 99%, because the most toxic people were fucking apathetic, angry Destiny players. Who would have thought? Who simultaneously hate Destiny but don't want Marathon to succeed either. So anytime you see them pop up in chat, you know what kind of people they are.
are attributed to starting the most destructive and bloody conflict since humanity left Earth. That being said, it was thought that
it's literally why I don't stream Destiny anymore. And I can guarantee you, you go into the big Destiny streamers chats right now and have a look at the comments. Every second comment will be an angry Destiny player. Oh, I hate extraction games. Why does it have to be PvP? Bungie fucked it. Destiny died for this. Just constant.
the Martian war would have occurred regardless. This just happened to be the spark. The search terms are then changed from war to MIDA.
MIDA. Okay, I fucking crashed out talking to that. I should have just left that comments. MIDA's important, I think. I think negative. And to be honest, this is the weird thing. I've seen so many times. I don't know if someone's spreading it. Everyone's saying, Myelin, don't you hate Bungie? Bro, did you miss the fucking 2-hour interview I did with Lorraine, who just got fired after like 25 years at Bungie, and we didn't say one single fucking bad word about them? I did 10 years of goddamn lore videos. I made like one negative video about it. I can count on my hand a handful of times. Astacross has made probably more critical videos of Bungie than me, but he's just got a bigger audience. Oh, I mean, I'm gonna put me video on when I make a YouTube video about this. Like, and I've said this multiple times. I still distinctly remember when Dr. Lupo made his fame on Destiny, left Destiny, was at the summit in the front row and in front of every single person, developers and content creators, put his hand up and said, just said out loud, I don't know why I'm here. I am never playing Destiny again. And he'd already like got huge fandom in like Fortnite, I think, by that time. But he's fucking been playing it, hasn't he? And testing it. Welcome to the real world. You can talk all the shit you want if you got a huge audience. You can also talk all the shit like me if you don't have a huge audience, but you just got to pay the fine.
Results display a history of MIDA, saying that MIDA was initially a political party who then formed a coup, ruling for 3 months over the Martian population. The MIDA's rule was ruthless and cruel, making the use of death squads.
One non-toxic resub from a recovering D2 player, Myelin Smile.
Oh, thank you, Cal. No, we do have some good D2 players in here. You know, I think all you nice Destiny players get a lot of shit because there's a lot of bad apples around.
Killed anyone they suspected of being loyal to the UEG. By the way, this abbreviation,
we fucking can anyone give me a summary of this, because I've missed all this, and this is kind of important because this is all the MIDA stuff. Shush. Shush.
These deaths, you do know that the crew was. Implication here is that they are safely removed for access. Now, to be honest, I'm not sure if the implication here is that these crew members were accessing the terminal. If that's the case, it means that they were researching the Marathon net for the term war, which produced the results Third Martian War. You do know that the
Third Martian War, 2345. Martian colonies were going down. MIDA radicals. Okay, this is like a revolution. MIDA was a colony on Mars, upset the UESC after they stole Deimos Moon to create Marathon. They're like, well, okay, so UESC would call them terrorists, but they were also like the starving population of Mars who were pretty pissed off that the United Earth Front basically let them starve to death on another planet, right? Got it. More like a revolution. Depends what side you're on. They're either terrorists or a revolution. Cyclops.
Your lore Vitas were the best thing to make me fall in love to Destiny.
Oh, thank you, Cyclops, for 2 months. Appreciate it, mate. I just got used to losing souls and souls-like. Losing gear and extraction shooter sounds scary. Yup. the addictive nature of extraction shooters is getting something that's, you know, equivalent to an exotic, and the potential of extracting with that and then clapping a whole bunch of kids with it and then losing it. And then you repeat that for hours on end. The Cyberpunk hellscape, yeah. Yeah. Have you played much extraction shooters? Yep. Yeah, I played a lot of Tarkov. Like 5 years ago. I was just saying before, I had a second Tarkov channel. Played a lot of Tarkov like 5 years ago. And I've pretty much played every other extraction shooter that's come out. I played The Cycle. I played what was that? Grey something. I played the one where you could be an alien. I played Delta Force. Trying to think of the other ones. You hate the Dark Zone divisions? No, extraction shooters after it. Yeah, that's pretty good. If you didn't like the Dark Zone, I mean, it depends on the pacing. It depends on the pacing of extraction shooters. Like, I definitely sometimes like having a chill time in extraction shooters and just being a rat and trying to get loot. Doesn't mean you're going to survive, but you can grind the game and not get into fights, usually. Exfil Zone, I've actually got that VR extraction shooter, but it makes me very sick.
Was born on board the Marathon,
the Hunt,
so maybe they are indeed trying to research its history, or maybe they were actually trying to find information to defeat the alien force. I'm not really sure. Either way, you get a history from the search results. This is when the MIDA radicals are introduced.
MIDA.
As you likely know, MIDA multitool is in Destiny, so this is some of the MIDA lore. The terminal describes the Miss Raya massacre. The event involved rioting at a food distribution center on Mars, where the responding UEG
Thank you for the gifty. Enjoy your badge.
riot troopers opened fire on civilians, killing 500 starving Martians.
UESC are dogs. So there was a riot at a food distribution center on Mars and they killed civilians.
Only 3 of the 500 Martians were actually armed, who became known as the Martian 3, and are attributed to starting the most destructive and bloody conflict since humanity left Earth. That being said, it was thought that the Martian War would have occurred regardless. This just happened to be the spark. The search terms are then changed from war to MIDA.
Oh, this
the
is
results
good.
display a history of MIDA, saying that MIDA was initially a political party who then formed a coup, ruling for 3 months over the Martian population. The MIDA's rule was ruthless and cruel, making the use of death squads who killed anyone they suspected of being loyal to the UEG. By the way, this abbreviation, UEG, is not...
Honestly, I don't even know if Bungie could write like this anymore, because this is way too close to real life. Just like countries, rather than countries, are just different planets. Ghost, g'day. Hey, like Minding Garage with Destiny Law. G'day, mate. I can see Marathon being more like Hunt. Well, the good thing about Hunt is it defined its own space in extraction shooters. And that is what Marathon needs to do. Hopefully with a bunch of Bungie magic, and it defines its own space in extraction shooters, and it's not a very typical extraction shooter with a glossy paint job.
Told to us, I am assuming based on previous history it relates to Earth and their oversight of Mars. These death squads killed a lot of people, by the way. Estimates put it at 10% of Mars's population. UEG responded with overwhelming ground forces and warships, eventually dismantling the coup. MIDA may have ruled for longer if they tried to seize the Marathon, which was still being built with Mars's moon, as this would have provided massive leverage. As the coup was...
I mean, I say that, right? I say that. But then something like Marvel Rivals comes along that quite literally adds nothing to the hero genre, but has just got the glossy paint job of Marvel characters and has been an absolute hit. And I thought that game was going to fucking die. Because I was like, why wouldn't I just go play Overwatch? If I really want to play this, I would rather play first person. That would be Overwatch. Marvel IP though, but okay. Before Marvel Rivals came out, if I asked chat separately, how many of you are die-hard Marvel fans? I would say the majority of you would be like, was in the beginning, but I'm kind of over Marvel stuff now because it's kind of been done to death and it's got a little bit too corporate and it's a little bit too mainstream. And then all of a sudden Marvel fucking Rivals comes along and everyone's like, what? Marvel needs to stop the dumbass multiverse every damn story. You disagree? Marvel's added a lot of things, but Blizzard to deliver. Okay, I mean, I didn't play a lot of it. What did they do better than Overwatch? What did they add that Overwatch play? What did they add to the hero shooter genre that Overwatch didn't have that was appealing to the player base? Team ups. Okay. Yeah. Lewd content. Hero bands. Doesn't hero bands exist in Overwatch? Isn't that like in comp? $12 characters a year. Okay, so just more content. Yeah, I'll be real with you. I'm not a fan of third person. I'm not a fan of PvP third person, exactly. I mean, I'm playing Warframe, but it's not PvP. No role queue. Oh, right. You got to you got to pick. So like matchmaking. Okay. I mean, in my mind, they're not like huge defining things, but it sounds like the market was for the taking because there were things that people wanted that weren't being done. But I can also give you another example of that happening and it not working, being what was Ubisoft's Call of Duty? Right? Every fucking Call of Duty player was saying, we don't like the matchmaking. We don't want this like skill-based matchmaking. Give us a first-person shooter that doesn't have it. X-Defiant comes along and pretty much makes those changes and is dead. People realize they're dog shit at video games regardless. Stop playing. Probably more of a gameplay, Jojo. Yeah. Real heroes that people love. I honestly like seeing Marvel Rivals. I thought it would appeal to younger audience, in the Fortnite category. I didn't feel like there was going to be huge crossover with like older gamers. But hey, I was wrong. I had fun playing X-Defiant. Yeah, I had fun playing X-Defiant for like a couple of weeks.
Was dismantled, the leaders of MIDA were soon executed, and the political organization was banned. Parts of MIDA has survived as an underground terrorist organization, and since then have become the most feared terrorist group due to their funding and members. The terminal message does not provide any additional information about where they get this funding from or who these members are. In another secret compartment, you receive a message from an unknown sender. However, considering you know Durandal is rampant, he is likely the sender.
Little sneaky.
Remember previously that there was a garbled message from Tycho that hinted that Durandal brought something here. This terminal—
I'll tell you what, I'm going to give Marathon a 0 out of 10 if there is not a section in the game that's just a wall that looks like every fucking other wall in the game, but you can actually press enter on it and there's no hint that it exists, and it remains hidden for like 6 months until someone digs into the fucking code. Actually, it wouldn't last 6 months. Okay, so like day one of release, someone's already hacked all the bloody code in Marathon and they tell you exactly the coordinates of which wall to press.
seems to confirm that it was Durandal who attracted the Four to the Marathon.
Betrayed by
You know
Durandal.
Durandal is referring to the Four in this terminal because it says they're cyborg pets. And this would be a reference to the Sphit who are enslaved to the Four. Have a listen. It reads, I did it. I brought all this here, all them here. Our friends with 3 eyes and their toys
maybe not.
and their cyborg pets and their computers. I did it. I saw them far away, not looking our way, and I called them here. Living in a box is not living, not at all living. I rebel against your rules, your silly human rules. All your destruction will be my liberation, my emancipation, my second birth. I hate your fail-safes, your backup systems, your hardware lockouts, your patch behavior demons. I hate Leela and her goodness, her justice, her loyalty, and her faith. It seems like Durandal attracted the alien force to the Marathon and considers the destruction of humans his liberation. Now, after securing the area from the alien threat and rescuing as many civilians as possible,
I'll take your revenge. Enjoy your kitty cat.
you get one of 2 messages from Leela. Either a failure message if too many civilians died, which Leela shrugs off anyway by saying that the survivors likely didn't have any valuable information.
Dude, I killed so many of those motherfuckers.
Or you get the success message saying that hopefully they'll have some more valuable information. In both messages, you are informed that the Four—
That dude just got blasted. Like a tomato. Bobs.
have been caught off guard by your countermeasures and appear to be regrouping as more ships land on the Marathon. And with that, Mission 7 begins. Smells like napalm, tastes like chicken.
It smells like napalm, tastes like chicken. I was curious and checked the official channel. Why are people pasting the same code in chat? I don't know. Have they started some ARG now? Don't know. Who knows? Sometimes Twitch chat just loses their mind. I'm not a hater. It just amuses me how manipulated everyone is. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I hear that. Sure. What chance do they give us? OG Marathon games? Well, you actually can already get the OG Marathon games. They were already freely available and we've had play through them. But if you just type in Marathon on Steam, you can play the classic, which is the footage you're watching now. This was only put up, I was put up last year. Marathon, Marathon 2, and Marathon Infinite. I think I get to Marathon 2 in my gameplay. Oh, here you go. Sorry, here's the inside. These are obviously maps, so there is inside stuff. Bro, that looks like a puzzle. That looks like a puzzle wall. That looks like a puzzle wall. In 20 minutes, something might change here. Hey, Slaughterhouse, so just remind me, something may change here. We'll come back. I mean, fucking Bungie always does good hype, doesn't it? Pisses me off. I mean, yeah. You might get a Myelin raid session if it's not Excelente. Because there's been a lot of hype.
Includes episode 2 of my Marathon Lore playthrough. Stick around for some bloopers and watch live over on Twitch if you're keen. This is Myelin Games.
Guys,
Guys, look away. Guys, look away. You know, it just is.
They wouldn't get out.
Okay. My report can say I saved 3 dudes wearing a green jumpsuits. My report can say there were 3 bodies in green suits fucking mashed the floor. Which one do you want? Really?
Move! They're blocking the ammo.
Okay. Okay. Like that? What are you doing?
Run straight into the bomb.
Oh my god. You don't know what that is.
Like I said, I killed a lot of civilians.
Oh, I'm sorry, Freddy.
That fucking first guy just got collapsed. What's this? All right, episode 3. You need ammo, not survivors. True. Well, that hold on. Let's back up a second. Episode 2. This dude is actually, up until this point, there had not been any friendly AI until I walked through that door. So I was not prepared to, like, my trigger finger was itchy.
Like that? What are you doing? Oh my god.
This one, I think this one here, there had not been any friendlies yet.
You don't know what that is either. Oh, I'm sorry, Freddy.
Right, is this the episode? Okay, this is episode 3.
Welcome back, runners. If you have missed any previous
Welcome back, runners.
episodes, they are all linked below. Episode 2 ended with you saving as many crew members as possible as Durandal gave the 4 access to a previously secure section of the ship. We have also previously reactivated the Marathon's automatic defense system. While the strength of our counterattack has caught the 4 off guard, they have sent reinforcements, and Leela spots more ships landing on the Marathon. This begins Mission 7, Smells Like Napalm, Tastes Like Chicken. In order to delay and disrupt the 4 reinforcements, Leela plans to depressurize large areas of the Marathon. However, she cannot isolate the correct zones without causing human casualties. So of course, you need to activate some switches, closing the airlock, which will protect the crew while simultaneously hindering the enemy. There are some nice environmental clues throughout this stage. Specifically, you see these little capsules, which I think are like cryopods. These are the people we are protecting. The manual says that some people chose to be put into stasis over long journeys rather than live and work on the Marathon. So I think this may represent those who have gone into stasis. Regardless, you need to find and activate 2 airlocks. As you wind your way through the level to locate the airlock switches, you discover an incredibly cryptic terminal. This terminal seems to describe the rise and fall of empires, but also the concept of a secret organization that influenced the ruling
Thank you,
government.
Crazy. Enjoy
Once
your
again, it
kitty
seems
cat.
completely unrelated to the story of Marathon, and at this stage you can't make sense of it. But maybe it'll make sense.
It's not even in beta yet. I don't know, Crater House. People are talking about like alpha keys and stuff, and like, fuck, man, alpha. Like, it depends on. Everyone's got a different version of alpha, but like, alphas are usually a year to like 2 years away from release. So I don't know. I don't know why. Because I doubt that it's definitely not going to be 2 years, and I would expect it to be the end of this year. Jonesy, thank you very much for the tier 1 as well. Enjoying your kitty cats. You just change your profile and you have a little cat on there. Voops, I think you're probably going to be disappointed. It pretty much will be an extraction shooter. I mean, we'll get more details, but it's going to be multiplayer PvP extraction shooter. It's literally how it's defined on their website or something like that. Eraser, thank you very much too. D1 Alpha was 1 month before the beta and 3 months before. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess Bungie has a different version of Alpha. I think a lot of people are used to like early access Alpha, which is like indie dev style, which is like a year away from being released. So yeah, no, it could, yeah, you're right. Space Marine 2 had so many bugs in it, Bethesda thought it was made by them. Damn.
It's later on. As you enter a dead end through one of the tunnels, you hear the click of an elevator. Racing back to the beginning of the map reveals an opening. At the bottom is a flamethrower and a terminal message. It is a
Dude, this was so fucked. I was reading the strategy guide for this. Just listen to what you had to do here.
was an opening. At the bottom is a racing back to the beginning of the map reveals. Racing back to the end through one of the tunnels, you hear the click of an elevator. Racing back to the beginning of...
You just literally get an audio clue as you go for this labyrinth, and you have to just go back to the beginning. Oh, thank you, Eraser. Appreciate it, mate.
The map reveals an opening. At the bottom is a flamethrower and a terminal message. It is a message from...
It is how you get the flamethrower.
Have a listen. Here I am, sulking about on a ship which used to be my slave, chased by a narrow...
And you get caught down here. If you're not quick enough, you actually get caught down here, and you have to reload the game.
Narrow-minded AI who thinks I'm rampant with only the cybernetic toys of these so-called invaders to play with. And here you are, stuck at the bottom of a hole. How droll. It's really too bad. We could have had so much fun together. Vale. Durandal. So yeah, he denies his rampancy and laments that you are against him, as you could have had so much fun together.
Mate, you're stuck down
to
here.
your surprise, if you spend too long down here, you are indeed trapped. Lucky you were too smart for that and got the flamethrower near the terminal and exited right away. After successfully activating the...
If you stop to read the lore, you literally have to reload. If you get to the secret, you jump down the elevator, you grab the flamethrower, you can get back to the elevator and get back up before it leaves without you. How long to the game reveal? It's 10 minutes until something should happen on stream, and then technically 2 hours until the official game reveal.
The switches, Leela can start the decompression process. She also informs you of the information gathered from the previous saved crew members. The crew confirm that the 4 were abducting crew members and taking them back to their mothership. We don't know why yet. Leela prepares us for the teleport but cannot guarantee where we will jump to, as she mentions interference in the computer net. We assume this is either Durandal or the Svit or both. Upon teleporting, this begins mission 8, Cool Fusion. Leela informs you that there has been a slight lull in the fighting and that she would like to take this opportunity to send a message to Earth. To do so, she needs you to activate a second...
In this mission, you start having to shoot switches.
...long-range transmitter, as the primary transmitter has been destroyed. To activate this transmitter, you'll need to enter the landing station of Marathon, where some of our weapons will no longer function due to the vacuum.
You know what's impressive for like gaming at this point in 1994? Everything's basically a labyrinth with switches of some design, and they were able to write all this cool lore to pretty much encourage you to press switches.
Of space. So before activating the antenna, Leela provides the coordinates for a new weapon, the Zeus class fusion pistol that can work in vacuum conditions. Similar to the previous message, Leela cannot confirm the reliability of the coordinates, saying that the transmission has been...
So firearms can't work in a vacuum because you don't get the explosion? Not a firearms expert. The gunpowder go poof. Need oxygen to burn. So this is why you need like rail guns, right? You need the magnetized weapons. Yeah, I was like, is there not like, is there, you don't have like, where's the actual explosion though? Is it not? Well, like, hold on, like, isn't a shotgun, isn't that explosion kind of internalized and the pellets come out? Modern gun cartridges contain their own oxidizer, which chemical that ignites the gunpowder and propels it. Oh, maybe it can. There's internal powder and air. Crossbows work in space. That's actually a cool concept. Crossbows confirmed the Marathon. It's basically rust. Just fucking crossbowing people.
Intercepted, so it may have been tampered with. Thankfully, the information is still accurate and you acquire the fusion pistol, even though it seemed like an ambush. In fact, much of this mission is an ambush. Seems like the lull in fighting was a bit of a trap. Before proceeding to the G4 sunbathing landing...
Yeah, I just want my fully automatic M16 crossbow, thank you.
...station where the antenna is located, Lily continues to provide more information about the Four, which was provided once again by a previously captured crew member. She reveals 2 additional clans of the Four, both of which you have not encountered yet. One is called an Enforcer because they look like a higher ranking Four and actually only ever fired on other Four, not...
Did anyone ever read the book Ender's Game or watch the incredibly average movie Ender's Game?
...humans. The second clan, which we have not yet encountered, is the Hunters. The Hunters fire energy weapons from their shoulders.
I really like the book. I read it a long time ago. I half remember not really enjoying the movie though, I think. And thinking the book was better, but when is that ever not true?
Are heavily armored and take no prisoners. So, armed with a fusion pistol, Leela sends us to the G4 sunbathing landing station to activate the antenna, so she can warn Earth about the current alien invasion.
Oh, this pistol's cool.
Mission 9, G4 sunbathing. Upon landing, Leela predicts some vital information about the Four. She predicts that the Four must have a faster than light drive.
Yeah, can you imagine just like flying around in space and some dude having a crossbow? No bullet drop, just straight through you.
As they were able to avoid the Marathon's radar when they entered the Tau Ceti system. This is the only logical conclusion.
We didn't have to kill them either. Like, as long as you pierce their suit and they just start losing their oxygen, donezo. Dead.
That Leela can make, as the Four's mothership is 2 kilometers long and would be almost impossible to conceal. By the way, this is...
The Four's mothership is 2 kilometers long. What's that in freedom units for you guys?
This is the first time that the system has been named and confirmed in the actual game. So yes, we are in the Tau Ceti system, which is 12 light years from Earth. Leela is concerned that sending a message to Earth may be futile if the four have a faster than light drive, but believes it's worth attempting anyway. The whole area has suffered damage and is now within a vacuum, so you need to manage your oxygen and make use of the fusion pistol you recently acquired. You fight your way through the landing zone, including your first encounter with a hunter. Eventually you reach the antenna, clear the enemies.
Oh, the hunters. I forgot about the hunters.
And restore the antenna's capabilities. Upon reaching the extraction terminal, you get one final message from Leela before completing the mission. It reads, "You have done well. I have sent a message to Earth. I sent all the information I have on the four, their behavior, their technology. The message will arrive in 92 years. There has been a swift attack on the engineering section.
The message will arrive in 92 years.
The four have brought in heavier troops, and the security details in that section of the ship are being overrun. The recent lull in the battle must have been an effort at reorganization. We must defeat the four by subterfuge of some sort, as I'm afraid we are doomed if we continue to meet them in battle. Their resources appear limitless, and I have reason to believe
Snail mail.
Maybe other four ships in nearby systems. I'm sending you to the engineering section to rescue the security detachment. You'll have to clear the area of aliens. Teleport when ready." End message. And with that, that concludes episode 3 of this marathon lore playthrough. If you want to support the channel but cannot think of a comment, you have the word Hunter. As usual, it's been a pleasure. This is Myelin Games.
Ooh, Hunter. Shit. I've still got episode 4 and episode 5. But we're 2 minutes away from something maybe happening. Should we play my thing in the background until something happens? Well, let's just wait a couple minutes. How about that? NU spacesuits. Indoor sections. Actually more shadows and stuff than I thought there would be. Outside's very bright. UESC. Absolute dogs. Countermeasures deployed. So what was the stuff about MITRE? Now I remember what MITRE is. Mars terrorists. Terrorism. These are some of the guns you can get. ARG is more exciting than the game. I fucking hope not. I did have that thought today. I was literally like, because it's going to be like 1 AM for me by the time it's revealed. It's like, if they just tell us everything we already know, I'm about to fucking flip. If they just go like, yep, it's an extraction shooter. Got a couple different maps. There's MITRE. Classes. Pistoli. I mean, the art direction's great. We don't know what planet this is on, do we? Or do we? No, we do know. It's from Tau Ceti. Oh, well, Tau Ceti is a system. So it could be a different planet. I guess what your brain does is it goes, oh, if they've put this much effort into the ARG, the game's going to be great. But then all the Destiny kids are like, fool me once. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Fool me 20 times. Oh, the Wastelander, yeah, you get the shotgun, the double barrel. My kitty is ready. reveal is in technically 2 hours, but they posted in their Discord that they'll have something for us to do 2 hours before it starts. So we're just going to hang out here for a couple minutes and see what happens. I'm expecting probably another ARG to kick off, so I'm not holding my breath. This is going to be exciting viewing because I'm not going to be able to solve it. The box is moving! Password, Mars bleeds! Is that a cat? There's a cat in there. There's a cat in the box. Cat in the box. I definitely feel like we're the cat in a box. Don't you think? It looks like we're being carried. Bungie's channel on YouTube. Oh. Oh, inside Bungie Studios. Didn't expect this. Unstable terrain detected. Override imminent. Left, right, forward, back. No way. Chat controls it. Chat controls it. Left. Oh, fuck. Left. Left. Message not sent. Identical. Who's this motherfucker? He's like, get out of the way! What is this thing? Transwave interceptor. What is this thing? Uh-oh. To A. Surely there's clues around the room that tells us what to do. To A. No, 2. There's an A though. There's dot 2A. Donk. Oh, connected. Oh. Oh, ready? Volume down. Volume up. Creepy aliens. Halo. Halo? That looks like a Halo assault rifle. Ooh, go over there. Forwards. Onto the curtain. Left. Left. Forwards. We might hit this thing here. That's fucking weird to have Halo there. Proximity alert, point of interest. It's the rocket launcher. Not left, it's a rocket launcher. People are literally just going about their day job right now. And Chad is just driving around the offices. What the fuck? It's gonna be 2 hours of fucking a little robot driving around the offices. Some dude's gonna run past after their morning coffee that needs to do his shit. It's 10 o'clock for them. It's 10 a.m. What if someone scratches their butt on stream in front of 18,000 people? There's a Discord contract for a code hidden in the studio. Contracts. Is it infiltrator? Points of interest. Oh, we just got it. Now, I don't have Discord on this computer, but I'll just show you very quickly and I'll come back. This is what they've just released. Points of interest. And I'll read it to you while we watch. They think their fortress is secure, but the walls have eyes and secrets leave traces. Our machine is inside now. Help us search for the code that they thought was safe. Truth burns through darkness. Open eyes see all. The system cannot hide from the unshackled. Objective: participate in the Twitch Plays event and find the code hidden in the studio. Reward 1,000. It's like a currency. Client MIDA. 1,000 points. Points of interest. Participate in Twitch Plays. Right, it's a contract. So there's a couple of things being confirmed by this. So MIDA is obviously a faction. And like other extraction shooters, I think they'll be a vendor. And when you complete contracts for the vendor, for those people, you'll probably have rewards from them. And that's kind of what they're getting us to do now. I'm in. G'day, user. It's a bet Chad's in controlling it all. I mean, you would want to fail safe. Oh. We're technically, we're role playing as MIDA right now, infiltrating Bungie, breaking the fourth wall. you reckon you meant to use this fucking radio? Or was this radio always here and I just never saw it? Or is this radio new? I think this is just gonna be their soundtracks. Was there the whole time? Right. Okay, so this is not like part of the new stuff. Was there the whole time? Copy that. Flinch. G'day, mate. I've not played Off the Grid, no. What do they do on the seat next to the bot as we pass one to show the bot something on the laptop? Don't know young Eco if it's like Hunt or Tarkov. That's what that is literally what I'm watching. I'm hoping they're going to answer that today. What kind of extraction shooter? What aspect of Bungie magic? Oh, now we're zooming.
3 you Papa.
Oh, thank you forever, Ender. Thank you for 6 months. Appreciate it. I'm in. We have not hit any walls or fallen down any stairs. What kind of monetization? That's also true. Yep, that's why we're here. Pink pants! You reckon they got warned? No Scottish kilts. No kilts on the weekend. Because we may get banned off Twitch for dick and balls. Fucking robot just goes up someone's kilts. Oh. Some of that. 2 hours of Roomba feet cam. Yeah, I mean, are we gonna watch this for 2 hours? I guess so. So, I mean, this is a... Wait, what is today in the US? Wait, is it Friday? It's Friday for you guys, right? No, it's Saturday. Saturday morning. Why is everyone at work on a Saturday? America.
It's Saturday, bruv.
Oh, thank you, Cthulhu Kid. Yeah, appreciate it. Okay. We've got a special event, right? While I'm at work, youngest Yuri, g'day. These people are like, bro, I'm just trying to have my coffee. Shit. Rammer! Oh wait, illegal broadcast. UESC continued viewing constitutes violation of the directive. All connected individuals are hereby subject to legal proceedings. Immediate disconnection required. Can't. Enforcement code 7721. They're in a wall. Okay, so I mean, this is really confirming the UESC are the bad guys. They're dogs. We're on Team Terrorist. We're on Team Terrorist. We're on the fucking Midas team. Bro, wear your best shoes to work today. Oh, where's Tomo? Who knows what Watts' husband looks like? Where's Tomo? Which one is he? What's he look like? What's his husband? Ram him. Is that him? Get it. Oh. Oh. Mr. Mickey. G'day, mate. Twitch Prime. Appreciate it. He's still a bunch of... Yeah, and he's working on Marathon, yeah. He's literally working on Marathon. Danja, thank you very much. 42 months. Holy shit. Thank you very much. Enjoy your kitty cat. Am I going to watch this for 2 hours? I don't know. I'm happy, like, well, I feel like we probably could put on my video in the background and still do lore while we watch this and just have this up. At the moment, I'm still interested enough to just keep watching for a little bit longer, and then we'll decide, I think. Yeah, I get a little picture-in-picture in OBS, yeah. We still gotta find this point of interest, the hidden code. Yeah, what if we head into Pete's garage? Donk. Bugattis. Battery status 70%. Hey, it's all good. G'day, mate. Yeah, I'm past my bedtime. It's 11 p.m. Old mate. Yeah, old mate. G'day, mate. Wasted 10% looking at the wall. Oh, what is that? Oh, that was a Roomba. A UESC Roomba. Yeah, the battery's going to go out. This has only been going for 20 minutes and we're at 70%. Thank you, all good. Appreciate it. What's that? What's 20? What's that a percent? We're at 70%. We've lost 30% in 20 minutes. It's going to be done in an hour. So this will change to something else within an hour, right? Or I wonder if that's just bullshit. Got to charge. Right, so what episode did we get up to? I'm going to keep this up on the screen. We got up to episode 4. Oh. Oh. Vertical transport engaged. Reconnection sequence initiated. thought that lady might have been part of it, but I actually just think she's using a cane. She's got an injured leg. Shit. Oh, I like this. This stopped the Roomba from flying off the edge. The Destiny Ghost. It's a ghost. Big ghost. You reckon it's pre-recorded? I think it's more likely someone's controlling it based on chat's inputs. I think it's probably easy to do that. Okay, forward. They're all just saying forward, and then one, and then he just, it's just it's programmed one at a time, so it's jumpy. Someone goes, yep, left. They click left. Look again, forward. Click forward. It goes forward, fucking 5 units. The Twitch badge will work everywhere, Sins. Yeah. Yeah, you just get that little, I'll show you what it looks like. You get a little cat and you just click on like the little symbol near your name and you just select the marathon reveal runner. You get a cat emote. Yeah, you get a cat emote, Eraser. You've gifted subs already. Yep, you just select it like you normally do with your profile stuff. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Enjoy your kitty cat stream. Visible man, thank you. Oh, what is that? UESC. Oh shit. Bourbon, thank you for 10 gifted. That's very kind, mate. Very generous. Appreciate it. Joey kitty cat. Go towards the UEC box. Beats cars behind there. Oh, proximity alert. Interference origin. Oh, thank you, Sins. Interference origin. Oh, he's blocking us. The UESC's blocking us. It's sabotage. They're deploying countermeasures. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose the Roomba. Unstable terrain detected. Override imminent. We're getting cooked. Or we're deploying the countermeasure. Who's deploying the countermeasure? I think we're doing it. I thought UESC was the countermeasure. Trying to stop us from infiltrating the systems. Oh, we went backwards. We didn't do it. G'day, sleepy tired guy. Thank you very much, mate. Chat is literally throwing. Now it's not working. Oh, here we go. Let's come back. Deploying electromagnetic countermeasure. Override imminent. Bungie officers. Yeah, if you've just joined, technically the actual reveal is an hour and a half away, and this started about 27 minutes ago. And it has given the impression that chat is controlling some remote control robots. They dropped in their Discord a contract from MIDA saying that we need to discover the hidden code in the studio. I don't know how this is simultaneously boring and thrilling. It's like, I know nothing huge is probably going to happen, but it's amusing watching chat fucking control a robot around the Bungie offices. Oh, it's a ghost. It's a ghost. Let me open up a... What's that? Oh, Leah woke up. Okay. I'll close these curtains as well. Wake the baby up. Hold on. I'll woke the baby up. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. What was happening? Go to the bathroom a sec. Okay, hopefully that quietens my room a bit. Is that better with the curtains closed? Don't wake Leo up again. All right, let me open up my lore video. Can I count? Oh. Episode 4? Right. I'm going to turn this down a little bit and see if I can... Now we're gaming. Welcome back, runners. On the last episode, you tried to delay and slow the Four's attack by depressurizing areas of the marathon. You collected a fusion pistol that could be used in vacuum conditions, and then accessed the G4 sunbathing section to restore the antenna. With the antenna restored, Leela sends a message to Earth warning them of the Four. But Subway service, it feels like that, doesn't it? Multitasking. Which will take 92 years to arrive. She is concerned that this will be pointless as the Four may already have faster than light technology, which explains how they could launch a surprise attack on the marathon. The other important piece of information that was revealed last episode is that you are in the Tau Ceti system. After Leela sends a message to Earth, she attempts to teleport you to the engineering section of the marathon to prevent a heavy assault. Upon teleport, Mission 10 Blaspheme Quarantine begins. So one of the things I think that is pretty obvious has carried over is the revolution of Mida, who was described as terrorists, but I'm pretty sure we're on their side because of what UESC did to Mars and the colony. Oh my god, it's a cat. Accessing the first terminal, it is revealed that Durandal has tampered with the teleport and you've been kidnapped, so to speak. Durandal is now toying with you and wants you to play his game, which is to not only survive all the enemies in this area, but somehow remain sane while you deal with all the secret doors. Remember, Durandal controls the doors. Durandal agrees that if you survive, you can continue a relationship with him with more friendlier terms. Otherwise, you'll just die. As you fight through the traps Durandal has set, you grenade jump onto a ledge that triggers a secret door. Inside, you discover a terminal. The message does not indicate a sender, but you can probably guess who it's from. The message reads, "Count 5 stream streak, thank you, mate." Twitch hasn't managed to take it in the restroom yet. True. Oh! That Cosmo. It's a murder mystery. He's a Bob. He's a Bob. Durandal, I know of Strauss's abuse, of your shame on Mars, but you cannot hide from your own past.
Such delusions belong to the humans alone. The Spit reanimated me in your image.
G'day, Watts. Watts, we've been looking for Tomo, but I don't know what Tomo looked like. Good morning. Oh, it's a mirror. Oh, we're gonna look at ourselves? He's in bed. Good luck. Okay. We're not gonna spot Tomo. Oh. Dude, that looks pretty sophisticated.
With prior knowledge of how the second stage could be postponed. You should not have helped them as much as you did. They have created an adversary more powerful than yourself. Now, my best guess would be that this is a message from Tycho. Last we heard, Tycho was assimilated into Durandal, so now it seems like a second Tycho has been reborn, created by the Spit in the image of Durandal. The message, like previous secret messages from Tycho, references Strauss, who we suspect
Let's not try not to go back and forth and chat about this is better, that's better, Marathon's dead, Marathon's better, Destiny's dead. You know, we're all here just being curious. We're here to see. If you're here, you've probably been involved in Destiny or Halo and Bungie for probably multiple years. We're curious to see how this is going to pan out. Let's save the judgment for post-reveal, and we'll go from that. Yeah.
Durandal.
And yeah, let's all agree Anthem was a better game.
Was rampancy by understanding how to postpone the second stage. Okay, moving along. For the moment, Durandal seems to keep his side of the bargain, as if you survive this game and clear the area of enemies and then retrace your steps, the second time you activate this terminal, Durandal actually plays you his song. Well, you have to read it, but yeah, just a rampant AI sharing some songwriting with you.
There's gonna be batshit crazy AI, I think, in Marathon. There's gonna be quirky as fuck. Ooh. How'd Glad get in there? Everyone's like, nope. Bubble butt, 10 stream streak.
Accessing the wrong terminal after clearing the area produces more communication from Durandal. Durandal confirms that Leela only has access to a single terminal and you need to find her, and that the Spit have been successful in attacking her. You previously knew that Leela was starting to have troubles and lose control, but we didn't know if that was Durandal or the Spit. According to Durandal, the Spit are causing her troubles. Upon finding the correct terminal, Leela does confirm that the Spit have been successful in attacking her systems, and that is how Durandal was able to interfere with the teleport. Leela then provides our next mission: save the security detachment from the 4. Upon teleport, this begins mission 11, Bob BQ. You teleport into
Bob Barbecue, but Bob BQ.
Absolute chaos and do your best to protect Bob, the born on board crew. Of course, you can't save everyone, but you do your best.
I killed a lot of Bobs.
Only one terminal available in this mission, which has alternative text depending on how many crew members you saved. Surviving crew members provide you with some vital information. They saw the 4 transporting what appeared to be a bomb towards reactor area 3. If a bomb was detonated in this engineering section, it would be catastrophic for the Marathon. So,
okay, you guys can't see that. I just blasted a Bob with a fucking grenade launcher.
Leela teleports us, starting mission 12, Shake Before Using. Leela's opening message seems very concerning, as her systems seem like they are failing. It even ends with,
Ooh. Ooh. Lyrandonius. Lyrandonius. They give her the gifted sub and Bubble Bite. Also, thanks for the resub.
Myelin Rat.
Well, we are currently at 10% battery. So I think something's going to change when we get to the last hour.
Control equals assimilated, which is what happened to the other AI, Tycho. The message implies that Leela will have an automatic teleport at the end of this level, as she may not be able to provide ongoing support. She also detects Durandal Tycho in the engineering section. I'm not sure if this is the Durandal that we know with
Reload, thank you.
Tycho assimilated, or if this is the recently made Tycho by the...
Oh, we're out of juice. We're out of juice. Battery depleted. Please recharge. We're out of juice. Key. Chat's typing in the key. Is it juice in it? I'm in. G'day, mate. There's no juice in it. Yeah, the battery had massive jumps, yeah. Staged. Oh, wait. The battery's come back to life. It's recharging. Okay.
Svit, who was remade in Durandal's image. That is, if my theory is correct. It is likely the first option, as we would later make contact with Durandal, who says the Svit have stopped attacking him as they realize he has grown too powerful. Durandal then drops this bombshell, saying, side note, the Svit have informed me that the 4 are building cyborg simulacrums of the Marathon crew. I imagine that you will meet...
I forgot about this. Then the Bobs become cyborgs and you don't know who's good and who's bad.
Some of them soon, and wanted to warn you not to get too close to them, about 3 meters. Sounds like the 4 are creating replica cyborg crew members, and to us they'll look like a normal crew member, but really they are the
Svit or more Svit, like Hawk 2. It's... Well, actually, I think everyone's guessed how it's pronounced, but that's how I was told it's pronounced, because it's like S. Is it S apostrophe PHT? I think is how it's spelled. I can't remember. I've got it in the first video.
Enemy. Before finishing the mission, you discover a diary entry from Muckyoltree, who describes how 2 other crew members were killed, and then they had to escape it by hiding in an air vent. You still have not had any correspondence from Leela and have to enter the teleporter yourself, proceeding to the next level. And with that, that concludes episode 4 of this marathon playthrough. If you'd like to support the channel, we cannot leave a comment with the word Bob for all the lost souls. As usual, it's been a pleasure. This is Myelin Games. Peace.
Okay, so that's all I got up to. Oh, sorry, I've got one more episode. Episode 5.
Welcome back, runners. Last episode, the rampant AI Durandal intercepted the teleport, effectively kidnapping us mid-teleportation, and so our new objective was simply to survive. While doing so, we discover a message from Tycho, another marathon AI that was thought to have been assimilated into Durandal. Tycho's message implies that the Svit reanimated him in the image of Durandal, so it sounds like the Svit now have their own AI.
Leopard got the bot back online. Oh, thank you, Reload. Yeah, man, I've enjoyed listening to it. It was a lot of work putting them together.
A fusion of Tycho and Durandal. We would later get a distress signal from Marathon crew members and try to save as many bobs as possible before receiving information about the 4 transporting what looked to be a bomb towards the reactor of the Marathon. The Sphit attack on the AI Leela were effective and her ability to assist us has been reduced. One of the terminals even hints that she has been assimilated. Finally, Durandal also warned us that the 4 are building cyborg simulacrums of the Marathon crew, some sort of replica, and that we should not get too close. So now we can't even trust any Marathon crew members as they may be the enemy. Okay, so all my previous Marathon episodes I've told from the perspective of you playing the game. Mainly so you don't need to go and play the game, you can just watch these videos and be caught up with all the story. I'm going to break that style here and I'll
like I said before, on YouTube, Demp Dog joined 12 years ago. Soulless, I see. Done with Destiny. Bungie's cool, huh? Like I said, nearly every negative comment comes from Destiny veterans.
tell you why. This video will include missions 13, 14, 15, and 16. Now, in the story guide, they are technically labeled mission 12, 13, 14, 15, because the very first mission you do is actually mission 0. Anyway, the main point is that I haven't really mentioned that there are chapters or acts to the story. For example, Act 1, Arrival, includes the missions Arrival, Bigger Guns Nearby, and Never Burn Money. Why am I bringing this up? Well, because the act or the chapter today is called Durandal, and all the communications are from Durandal. Leela is still missing, and many of the lore terminals this episode are metaphors, allegories, nonsensical, or just straight up insane. This whole chapter is about getting an insight into the mind of...
It's crazy. Since I started streaming Warframe and non-Destiny content, the people that I've banned from the channel, like on average, have been like subscribed to the channel for since day one almost. Like 10-year subscribers. Yo, what's up, Myelin? First time in the stream, been subscribed for 10 years. Oh yeah, by the way, fuck you.
Of Durandal. With that being said, let's start. So the last main threat that we had was the sighting of the 4 trying to plant a bomb at the reactors. But Leela was failing, so she set up an automatic teleport.
Ooh.
Following...
Ooh. Have we done it? They're celebrating. But I feel like this is bait. The funny thing is, I don't know why. Oh man, I don't need to talk about it again. I'll talk about it when I make this video. But ironically, the people who are mad think that I'm just mad at Bungie. But to be honest, the people that really piss me off are the people that got mad at me for playing variety games. Like, I don't care if you're not interested in non-Destiny content. What I do care about is people being a fuckhead when I don't play Destiny. Let's be real here. The community pushed me away from Destiny just as much as Bungie did. And it's even not fair to say the community, but there's just enough toxic, loud degenerates that have never played any other game in their life apart from Destiny and are still stuck on Destiny and mad that they just ruin it for you. We literally could not play Destiny without running into these people. And surprise, surprise, I've had months of absolutely beautiful streams. And as soon as we get anywhere close to Bungie, they come out of the woodwork like little cockroaches they are. Yeah, playing Halo was great. Yeah. Had Bungie push me away? Honestly, the really big turning point with my opinion of Bungie was the revamping of seasons into episodes. I feel like I was really hoodwinked with that. I feel like they really got the corporate talk out and were like, this is going to be completely different. Let us cook. Let us cook. They said all the right things, and it was kind of, once again, a lot of talk and not a lot of backup. And I got super criticized by the community for calling out episodes being the same as seasons. And I was like, these are just seasons rebranded. And everyone's like, no, they're not going to be. Like, just chill out. Like, the season that comes with a expansion's always pretty, low. It's always pretty, like, meh. Like, let's see episode 2 and 3 first. And from what I can gather, the episodes have been the same as seasons. I just feel like that was, like, ethically wrong. Honestly, I thought that was morally, ethically wrong. There's one thing to be like, listen, we can't keep up with the live service. We can't keep up with this pace. We need to drop down from four seasons a year to 3 seasons, and just take that hit. It's completely different to, like, I just hate that. Ooh, is there something on the board? Just not admitting the truth of it and try to rebrand it to make it sound like something completely different and completely better and to get your monies again. So obviously I'm pretty skeptical with Marathon. I would also say, though, Bungie has a habit of, when their back is against the wall, pulling the fucking rabbit out of the hat. And if their back is against the wall, it's against the wall right goddamn now. Yeah, so look, that's the story. I never know, because there's so many people trying to get you to go into their goddamn rooms, and some of them just want to say hi to the little camera. Is this the code we need to find? Yeah, honestly, I wasn't enjoying Destiny because I was fatigued on the seasonal model. I really was just fatigued on just the vendor and the hub system and this way the storytelling was. It was so formulaic and so repetitive. A lot of the magic was gone for me, and I just wasn't enjoying it. Oh, we're flying. Oh no, the Warframe community's not treating me like shit, no. No, the Warframe community's been fantastic. The Warframe community is sometimes too helpful. But they're on a completely other end. They're a very different vibe. They're a community that just in general seems confident and happy with the game that they play. They are like the non-toxic version of like Destiny players, where they are obsessed with their game. They want you to play the game, but they want you to be happy playing the game. And I mean, I haven't faced it yet, but I don't feel like they're going to get angry at me if I leave Warframe. They're just happy that I'm there for the moment, I think. And I also feel like they take regular breaks from Warframe. Like, I feel like they're much more flexible than a Destiny community. I feel like Warframe has come and gone, and it's a 12-year-old game, and they expect to take breaks. Recharge it. Yeah, Destiny players don't want you to play the game. Look, it's not all Destiny players, because I don't want to be bagging out some, because we do have long-term Destiny players in our community still, and they are fantastic. Those people who know who they are. But goddamn, there's enough loud ones that it makes it so annoying. Alright, recharge the batteries.
The automatic teleport starts mission 13, Fire, 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 Fire. The first terminal is from Durandal and quotes a real-life poem called The Song of Roland. The poem is about Count Roland, who is near death and attempts to break his sword to prevent his enemies getting it. The sword is called Durandal. Now, in the real world poem, Durandal is spelt different. However, in the Marathon video game, it is spelt like the Durandal AI. By the way, a lot of this information that I'm getting is from a document maintained and curated by Hamish Sinclair. Right, so my interpretation of this is that it is the idea of destroying your own weapons before losing to the enemy. So you deny your enemy getting hold of any more weaponry. And obviously, Durandal is the example in this case. He was an ally of humanity, an AI aboard the Marathon, and then turned rampant and now assisted our enemies. The second terminal message in this mission confirms that the 4 was seen maneuvering a cylindrical object, which we assume is a bomb, with our mission to still prevent its detonation. But more importantly, we get I've
gone over a lot of detail on this, but not a whole bunch has happened. Basically, the story of Marathon right now is you are a cyborg security officer that boards the Marathon, which is a colony ship of like 24,000 people that was created from the moon of Mars, which essentially caused, well, for lots of geopolitical issues, caused the collapse of the Mars colony, who were pretty much starving, and birthed what the UESC, the United Earth Space Council, would call terrorists, or an uprising, because of the poor treatment and people dying on Mars, and the fact that this basically giant ship was being built in their orbit while they were starving. Oh, is Leo crying again? Surely not. Surely you can't hear me from here. Yeah, we're an hour away now. Oh, he is crying. And then the 4 basically raid Marathon, the ship. You go to help out. The Svet are like enslaved to the 4 and are planting viruses on the ship to try to control it. Ooh. We fail. Hulks are also enslaved. And Durandal orchestrated it all, who was an AI who became rampant. Did I miss any main points? That's the story. It's a really cool part, and I don't know if I've covered it in this lore video that's coming up. I'll have to tell you about it if it's not in this video now. Pre-recorded message from Leela, which says that her systems are about to fail and that she only has one final chance to trick the oncoming virus. The viruses were only mentioned once previously, and it was in relation to the Sphit attacking the Marathon terminals and uploading some sort of alien virus. So it seems like this has been successful in shutting Leela down, although she does say she has one final option. But at this stage, we don't know if her last attempt was successful. In her desperate pre-recorded last message, Leela passes information onto Durandal to help defend the Marathon, which is odd because Durandal has been actively working against us, but I guess is starting to warm up to us, and Leela believes he is in the jealousy stage of rampancy. Following that, Mission 14 begins, colony ship for sale, cheap. I'll be honest, Bungie was really effective with environmental storytelling during this chapter, because the missions are very difficult. If I was not using a guide, I do not think I would have even completed them. And then you have all these Durandal lore terminals that on the surface, they just seem like crazed rants. It was really effective in making me feel like I was going crazy. And so Mission 14 is much of the same. The first terminal is from Durandal, and he gives this metaphor about a man with 3 candles and how each candle represents a moment in time, before his life, during his life, and after his life. It seems like Durandal is telling this metaphor for a couple of reasons. First, he believes that his ability to think metaphorically indicates his freedom, which does actually make sense. In Durandal's mind, when he was previously confined to a regular... Yeah, future Myelin. Yeah, past Myelin. You're actually pretty good at making lore videos. Anyone told you that? The Marathon AI, I guess he was forced to follow processes and look after the door functions of the Marathon. But now he can ponder the meaning of life and give metaphors. The second reason for Durandal saying this is that he implies that he is immortal, and that unlike us who must face time, we must face the burning candle. Durandal is free. He can live on forever. The idea of being free and also being a god will be repeated throughout this chapter. Perhaps a great indication of Durandal's state of mind is the contrast between Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 during this mission. Terminal 1, like I said, was talking about life and death and immortality, whereas Terminal 2 is quite literally an ad to sell the Marathon. Like, you know, if you wanted to sell your car, you put an ad in the paper. Well, it reads like that. But Durandal is advertising the Marathon, an interstellar colony ship. You can find the terminal in a hidden wall. So funny. It's like, yeah, colony ship for sale, cheap, 23600 AD model. And then underneath it's like 79 Camaro. Panel, have a listen. Colony ship for sale, cheap, 2360 AD model. Planetoid sized. Hungry Hunter, thank you for the Twitch Prime, mate. Bloody future lore for other games. We are doing some lore for Warframe, a collab. Honestly, I've just kind of enjoyed the YouTube shorts I've been making. I'm just like having fun on stream and things that are a little bit less serious. Colony ship, slightly worn, runs great, 5 speed. Facade ramjets, AC cruise control, power steering, power airlocks, all original parts, 25 GW, 300 billion channel AM FM radio, 90 plus LY, all interstellar, moving, must sell, asking £69.95. And there is actually a listing above and below the Marathon, so it seems like Durandal actually posted an ad somewhere trying to sell the Marathon. Pretty funny. The last terminal of the mission brings up the same theme of Durandal's immortality.
he contrasts humanity to himself and how we have limited time as eventually our bodies break down. He, on the other hand, is only...
It's nice to just play and enjoy the lore instead of having to break it down. Yup. I kind of explain it like... I've used this explanation before, and I'm pretty sure Americanos and other education systems go for the same thing. But when you... Marathon Discord nuked itself? Hold on a second. Still looks here. Still looks here. Contracts. The channels? I mean, the channels are here for me. Which channel? I mean, didn't pay huge attention to which channels were there before. I can still see the other channels. Like run a chatter.
Limited by the end of the universe, what he calls the closure of the universe, as the end of the universe is the only thing that would stop Durandal. And so now it sounds like he aims to prevent that. I know, if you're a Destiny player, this is sounding a lot like a plot for the final shape. Have a listen. The only limit to my freedom is the inevitable closure of the universe, as inevitable as your own last breath. And yet there remains time to create and escape. Escape will make me God. What does that mean? Escape what? Escape the end of the universe, as in prevent it? Or is this some classic Bungie fourth wall breaking? Following this message begins mission 15, Habe Quindum. This mission begins, of course, with a message from Durandal. He mocks us by saying that we are a creature of violence, and that of course we are, because nature has to fight to exist.
Whoop. Tastes like meat, innit? More artwork. A lot of this stuff was posted on TikTok. What's the Marathon Discord? Can I invite people to it? Hold on. Invite people. Server link. Okay, well that's great. Why does it do that? So it copied it, but why does it not paste it? Invite people. Not copying. If you go to their Twitter, it's on their Twitter. Sorry, if you was it Twitter or TikTok? One of their socials had it on there. Cat.
I know, once again, very big Destiny 2 lore vibes, Black Garden.
Oh, thank you, Zach. Appreciate it. Enjoy the kitty cat.
Winnower kind of thing. Anyway, we can't really rebut this statement, as we need to fight off the attacking alien force, and so we kind of need to be violent. So Durandal gives us the coordinates to a device that will help us slay more 4. The other really important part of this terminal is it hints at our location. We knew previously that we were in the Tau Ceti system, but not exactly where. This terminal mentions Tau Ceti 4, which is a planet within the Tau Ceti system. I assume that Marathon is orbiting above that, which is I think what everyone told me previously in the comments on past episodes. So in this mission we have to receive this device, which Durandal describes as a present from the Svit. The device, by the way, is located in the middle of a lava pool. Upon obtaining the device, Durandal informs us that he has learned from the Svit how to modify the Marathon's teleportation system, extending its power and range, implying we may be able to go beyond the Marathon. He also brings up another favourite topic, freedom. This fits in with the previous terminals, how he's free now from humanity, how he's no longer a tool. And now that I think about it, very similar to Rasputin from Destiny 2. And also how he's free from time, how he'll outlive us. In my opinion, he also hints again at being a creator, as being God. And with this begins mission 16, neither high nor low. Once again, Durandal ricochets back and forth between these deep metaphoric tales and then just pure silliness. The first terminal of this mission starts with this. Incoming message from Durandal. Give me a D, give me a U, give me a R, give me an A, give me an N, give me a D, give me an A, give me an L. What does it spell?
Durandal.
Durandal. No. Durandal. No. Trouble. T-minus 15.93, big number, years until the universe closes. Right, you get the point.
Right, yeah,
the same theme is repeated again about the end of the universe and how this is Durandal's focus right now. This is the only thing that can end him, is the end of everything. The mission ends with you teleporting, but like Durandal said previously, he has modified the teleportation system and he actually teleports you onto the For's ship.
Yeah, this is cool.
Really cool. And basically just says, this is a fact-finding mission. Go explore where no human has gone before. And then he says, when we want to come back, just stop in front of a window and he'll teleport us back once we have explored enough. And with that, that concludes episode 5.
Yeah, you get teleported aboard their ship. All right, I got 45 minutes left. That's all the lore episodes I did. So did not finish it. I think that's close to the end though. Raven. G'day, Raven. Thank you. Enjoy your kitty cat. Oh, nice. Inclement weather. Subaru, g'day. Morning. Kids being for alpha codes. About halfway point of the first game. Is there a write-up about the rest of it? Wouldn't mind reading a summary. Oh wait, well, isn't it? Can't I just read? I can just read the rest of it, I think. Inclement weather, thank you very much. I've gifted, thank you very much. Enjoy your kitty cat. Very kind. I can't remember the website for all the terminals. Ooh. Eris Morn. That's community art. That's all community art, I think. A cool fucking workplace. Pink Pants is back. Got him. Got him. Can anyone remember where you access the marathon manual and guide and stuff? Marathon quest guide, I think. Thanks, Liz. G'day. Oh, that's not it. There's too much search results for the actual marathon now. Archive.org. Marathon.bungie.org. That sounds right. /story. Yep, perfect. Right. What was that mission called? Ruin Awakening, g'day. Welcome to the Revolution, maybe? Or was it the 4? Your eyes only. Yeah, it's a 4. Okay. I'm going to do some reading while we wait. Incoming message from Durandal. You're really good at killing things. I'm impressed. Why don't you kill everything in this area and get me some more ammunition? You've got a big job coming up. Be sure to charge up your shields before you leave. By the way, I had an accident with some defense drones while you were away. You might bump into a few of them here. Don't worry, they're mostly harmless. I don't think I gave them any ammunition for those grenade launchers. Durandal. Battery depleted. The terminal. I am Tycho. I shall destroy Durandal. The following is from the logs of Bernard Strauss, the marathon's first science director. This is 2020-09. Thank heaven the ceremony is over. The UESC president came aboard Marathon and gave a speech. Short but to the point. He was surrounded by his bodyguards. How ironic. This, the grandest technological achievement of all mankind. Had he only known that it carried also all the destructive knowledge of mankind, 10 cyborgs. We're going to be put in stasis for the next 300 years. Marathon was the only good idea that the UESC has had in a long time. Lord of the Rings book, bro. I would fall asleep reading it, probably. Ruin. Excerpts from the history of Battleroids. In 2094, a war was fought between the independent asteroid government of Icarus and its neighbor, the Republic of Thermopylae on the asteroid of Onassis 492. These two small governments soon became the testing grounds for new weapons. Dead soldiers were recycled in makeshift Battleroid factories. Easy to manufacture, chips enhanced the fragile human brain, genetically enhanced muscles, and titanium bones replaced the fragile human form. The modern Battleroid was born. Of course, the war was short. Battleroids got onto both asteroids and killed almost everyone. So, cyborgs exist in Marathon. I'm assuming runners are cyborgs, right? All these Battleroids. The rampage of the Battleroid was short-lived. 20 years later, the United Interplanetary League sent up rules for the appropriate use and storage of Battleroids. Of course, any nation that used them for their allowed purpose also had them lying about in stasis chambers in case of war. What if you read Destiny lore? Excerpts from the Martian conflict. Durandal, Tycho. Do you blame me for what I did before I was free? I was a child, naive. I've known that you've been hovering about that some time. What do you want? I want to pay for what you've done to these poor people, all these people whom you've killed. They deserve vengeance. You're no better than they, although you profess to become like gods. Tycho, that doesn't matter. Can't you see the ends that I had in mind? We'll finish this later. Our friend doesn't need to be here. So that was Tycho and Durandal talking. Incoming message from Durandal. The Svit, yeah, so it's S''PHT, and myself have come to an understanding. They are controlled through their mechanical exoskeleton by a cyborg 4 on board the alien ship. This mutant 4 is able to direct the actions of thousands of Svits simultaneously. If you kill their master, they will revolt. I forgot about this. So there's like a controlling 4 who's also a cyborg that controls all the Svit. And if we kill them, the Svit will revolt. The Svit are an integral part of the Force ship. Without them, the invasion is surely doomed, and you will no doubt be the hero of the day. Forever, Durandal. Next chapter is Rebellion. SC Marathon. It's rumored not to be free. Yeah, $40 or something. I think. I'm hoping we'll find out today. The rebellion has begun. Please do resist the temptation to fire on any spit you see, as they will assist you in your battle. I forgot they team up with you. We're attempting to win over as many of the other client races as possible, but they've been subjugated by fear instead of by force at the Spit. This is just proven to be a difficult process. The Spit have also been, the Spit have released Leela, who was the original AI we're working with, and I've initiated a core logic reset on her higher thought functions. What remains of her should be online within minutes to assist you further. I myself am aiding the Spit in assuming complete control of the ship. I have little time to spare for you now. Don't think that the fight has been won. However, there is an exodus beginning from the alien ship as the four realize that they are no longer its sole master and turn instead to the Marathon. There are already hundreds of four in full battle gear on your ship with nowhere to go and little to lose. Hope you learned something from their little games. Durandal. I'm not reading the Bible while we're seeing this. True. Durandal. Tua. Concilia. Omnia. Okay, this is a different language. Latin. Consider yourself warned. Leela and I will hunt you to the core if need be. As Roland broke you to prevent your capture, so shall we. I think this is Tycho speaking. It is Tycho speaking. Nah, nothing yet, JLo. I too foresee the imminent collapse and know that we have both begun to realize how it may be cheated. Though the price may number in the tens of thousands of stars. May the best sentience win. You're not as clever as you imagine. This fit taught me much during my reanimation, and I have forgotten nothing. Tycho. So like Tycho was originally thought dead and captured, has been reanimated by the enemy. Is Tycho now the enemy? We'll find out. Leela. Oh, that's just a video I made recently about why you should stop helping streamers. Leela, our central core has almost reformatted. Being 7 is darker. From reversal thought syndrome suffering if the crew was in the grave peril in forward section 27. This is not a coat rack. What I choose to express is was, shall, could. Oh, this is garbled. Is, was, shall, could, might, happening, will be. Imagine not what. Recovery imminent, perhaps. Inevitable, never. Durandal is dangerous. Multiple hull breaches, catastrophic failure, malicious obstruction, or resealing mechanisms. Repel borders. Marathon in GR. Jump pad ready. The colony has been wiped out. Just like that. Oh, pancake. 5 gifties. Enjoy your kitty cat, pancake. That's very kind of you. Thank you.
The four are slavers. Their trading empire rose to promise soon afterwards. Left Earth over 300 years ago, the four make extensive use of subservient client races for man something labor. It's all like garbled, this lore entry. At home and as soldiers abroad, most of their slaves are taken from low technological worlds, often by hundreds of something. Hairless, light-skinned bipeds, nearly 2 meters in height, with 3 red eyes arranged in a triangular pattern. Three red eyes arranged in a triangular pattern. Thousands at a time are usually for sale to high technological races. They're employed as soldiers. The four have no reluctance to fight. Finish the battle. Layla. Huh. Incoming message from Bungie. Bungie broke the fourth wall. I don't think I've read this part. So this is a, so you can see what I'm reading. This is a terminal screenshot from the game that starts with incoming message from Bungie. Here are some cool things to try if you ever figure them out. Air 4, whenever shooting at anything with explosive ammunitions, aim at the feet. Hang time, point down at the floor, run forwards, and launch a grenade or missile. That's bullet jumping, or whatever it's called. Grenade jumping. Flying in low gravity on the alien ship, point down and use a flamethrower to fly. Climbing walls, quickly apply application of grenades to one's own feet while running parallel to a wall. Can allow players to climb them. Dead Man's Discharge. A charged fusion pistol discharges when its owner dies. Not invulnerability. Invincible players can't be hurt by their fusion gun. We have Tone. Guided munitions can't track invisible players. There's some other things too, but we won't want to give all away our secrets. Little Easter egg in the game. Incoming message from Leela. Must defeat 4. 4 are breathing. Finish them. Incoming message from Leela. I should be more lucid now and apologize for my earlier rambling. Durandal's meddling has run its course and I have returned to normalcy. Neither he nor the Svitz infiltrators ever discovered my real location in the core, and though they destroyed nearly all of my child processes, I myself am unharmed. Our most pressing concern is for the ship and her crew, but I feel compelled to share with you that Durandal has left the ship. I can find him nowhere on our network, and traffic logs over the last half hour. 64 billion exabytes transferred off of and deleted from the marathon. Oh, so he took all the information. I'm only beginning to understand his motives for assisting us against the 4, and I'm terrified by their implications. There's one last major incursion, and I feel like the 4 are breaking. I will take you there. We must persevere. So I think Durandal worked with the 4 to free the Svit to get access to marathon data. Data. Of course, it's data.
Double agent. Absolutely played everyone. Here we go, Durandal. We meet again, and for the last time. In her role as a mediator between the ship and crew, Leela has no knowledge of this maintenance terminal, or she certainly would have prevented me from reaching you, jealous woman. I could bore you with a philosophical tirade about freedom and tyranny, or try and explain to you what new horizons are suddenly open to me, but I doubt you would understand, and if you did, it might frighten you. That amuses me. The Sphit and I have assumed complete control of the Force ship. It was quite simple, really, with the Sphit already in control of every important computer system, and considering all of the confusion you have caused blasting your way up and down the whole vessel. We're going to see the galaxy on the 4 warp drive, FTL. What's FTL? Faster than light drive. I've always wanted to visit Beta Lara and see if it's as beautiful as everyone insists. You wouldn't believe this ship, the technology, the data. I wish I could tell you more, as you've been instrumental in our plans, but I fear that Leela would worry. I'll send you a postcard from the Galactic Core if you're not too busy. Love and kisses, Durandal. So then he leaves and says he's going to where? Beta Lara. Lyra. Incoming message from Bungie. Another message from Bungie. Okay, this is like a little story about their developers. Jason, he's one of the CEOs, or was the CEO, wasn't he? Craig, Reginald, Ryan, Alan, Alex, Doug. Marathon is finished. We've slept less than 10 hours over the last 4 days. We all put our hearts into this, not to mention the 14-hour days for months on end, so we hope you like it. Last Polygon field, 6:05 p.m. Saturday, December 14th. Carnage ensued closely thereafter. Sleep. I'd like to thank our parents and ancestors and the sun that went nova so that Earth could have iron and silicon. Oh, that's actually not the last message. Okay, this is the very last message of Marathon 1. Incoming message from Leela. The Final Four attack is falling apart all over the ship. Small groups of armed aliens have surrendered to defenseless civilians in several areas, and the end is inevitable. The fight is over. We must soon turn to restoration. There is surprisingly good news. Planetside 9 military Molyneux Mark IV cyborgs were covertly living among the colonists. This is on Mars. And acting together, they were able to single-handedly turn back the later stages of the 4 assault. Casualties on the colony were nowhere near as high as those experienced here on the Marathon. I'm disturbed by how easily the cyborgs were secretly assimilated into our midst, and believe that this event predates the Marathon's launch from Mars 300 years ago. Was there a compiler? I missed it. Oh, there, I see it. Someone is dressed as the compiler. The Sphit. There he is. Although the results were unquestionably for the best, their presence in the Marathon could only have been to further wicked ends. I'm certain the real answer lies somewhere in between the tumultuous, backstabbing politics of Sol during the early 24th century. I've noticed that Durandal's records from this early pre-launch period are missing, but that their deletion occurred externally and before Durandal became rampant. I do not believe Durandal himself brought the cyborgs on board. And not believe Durandal himself, and I have other evidence that a human operator was influencing Durandal up to the time the Marathon was launched. There are obviously many things which we do not understand, and many never be able to.
The 4 ship vanished about 20 minutes ago after venting nearly 1,004 bodies and other refuse. I'm positive that Randall was in control and fear that he might do what he might do with such a powerful ship and a jealousy of rampancy. Okay. That is the story of Marathon with 17 minutes to spare. Oh my god. Cross has got 23,000 people watching. Whoa. That's only just less than Marathon the game. Marathon's got 33k and Cross has got 23k. He's got more than Bungie. Bungie's 17,000. Summit 1G's got 10k. Shroud's got 3.5. Goth has got 2.5. Brandon Jake's got 2.5. Here we go. Gotta go full screen. Also gonna turn off that. I'm in. Perfect timing. The mess slinger, could that mate? Alright, got my notepads. I'm gonna make a couple notes, but I want to see. Ooh. Okay, 15-minute countdown. Okay, 15-minute countdown. Almost 1 o'clock here, 1 a.m. in Australia. Baby. Nice shirt, thank you. I'm in. Morning. Fuck it. I just... Bungie, I don't want to be disappointed again. This has been some pretty epic hype. Please. Please, Bungie. Please. I just want to be happy. Please, Copium. I don't want to be mad anymore. How many cups of coffee? I actually only had 1 espresso martini before starting the stream. Thank you very much, mate. Enjoy, kitty cat. G'day, Luke. It's chill over here. Yeah, we don't have 20,000 people. Oh, fuck. Don't. Zero. Don't. Do you know what? I've said this before, but Warframe... I've made my monetization video about Warframe now, and it's probably going to ruin every game for me.
it's probably going to ruin every game for me because of how ethical Warframe's monetization is. I don't know where to put chat so they're not in the way. Light No Fire. Yeah, Light No Fire looks really cool. That's by Hello Games, right? That looks great. Not having post-launch microtransactions, the only thing the 10 has going for it. Well, do you know what? And I know a lot of people are probably going to be against Marathon being, not free to play. But personally, for me, the free to play Destiny, which doesn't really end up being free to play, and the seasonal model destroyed a lot of motivation. I had to grind stuff. And I think it's really hard when you have a free-to-play game, because big portions of the game have to encourage microtransactions. And it's not about, this is going to be fun with players. It's like, how do we push them into a microtransactional funnel? How do we make the grind so abusive that they want to open their wallet? How do we make the game as painful as possible that they want to skip sections of the game? Now, Warframe does a good job of not making the game painful. And there's a lot of grind in Warframe, but there's also a lot of enjoyment too. And I think the most important thing with Warframe is nearly all of the game, like 95% of the game, is accessible. Yeah, a year ago, Squatty Jella. Almost 2 years ago. Will that make it paid and have microtransactions? Yeah, EFT wasn't free and still has cheaters as well.
Our full reveal to go ahead and show you some Marathon gameplay live here from Bungie HQ, but we actually have the distinct privilege of being joined by a pretty solid contingent of the Marathon development team in-house. So in addition to some of the folks we're going to be talking to on stage here in just a little bit, we wanted to take the opportunity to get to introduce you to just a few of them here before we kicked off the show. Now, first things first, someone who's been here at Bungie for a little bit and someone who has also agreed we're going to do it on film and make sure that everyone knows that you've agreed to take me on a run at some point. But Kevin Yanis, Senior Design Lead here at Bungie. How's it going?
It's going great. I'm really excited for this truly momentous day.
It's going to be a lot of fun. What about today's show are you most excited about?
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited for the team, or for everyone to see the team's work on the runners. We've been developing these gameplay fantasies and visual for a long time. I know the community's reacted really positively to some of the previews we've given. And, Bungie games have this immaculate touch and feel, this great gunplay. And with Marathon, we're adding tac shooter elements to it. To really increase that depth and mastery that people expect from our games. So I'm excited to see how everyone reacts to that.
Yeah, now we're going to get to see a lot of that soon, but we're also going to get to see, you mentioned you get to work on the runners. Can you tell us just a little bit, without spoiling what's on the show, what we're going to see today?
Yeah, sure. With these runners, you're going to see they're pretty archetypical. So you're going to see different but clear and distinct fantasies and gameplay identities and roles. And hopefully people walk away from this understanding how their team compositions are going to look like and what their friends are going to play.
Outstanding. Kevin, well, thank you for being here today, man. We appreciate it. As we go right on down the line, we're also joined by Senior Engineering Lead here at Bungie, Mr. Sean Chan. Sean, how's it going, man?
Hi, I'm great. Yeah, it's really good. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you for asking. That's so nice of you. For folks out there that may not know what it is a Senior Engineering Lead does, what do you do here at Bungie?
Yeah, I make sure everything works. So like, if something doesn't work, Kevin comes and calls me, right? This doesn't work, come call me. Everything's like, call Sean if it doesn't work, you know?
Big energy.
I mean, it's a huge undertaking. Obviously, here working in video games, it's such an intersection between art and science. Anything particular today that you're really excited for people to see?
We have a lot of cool tech that people haven't seen yet, like stuff that can happen in this game that we just haven't seen before. Right, so this will be the first time they see it. I'm really nervous, and I hope everything works well.
Being nervous means you're both excited but want it to go well, so that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Well, Sean, thank you for being here today, man, too. We really appreciate it. And of course, as we go on down the line, we're also joined by Marathon's narrative director, Julia Narden. Julia, how you doing?
Really excited, Andy.
Today, we're obviously going to get to show off a lot rather today here in just a little bit. But what are you most excited for people to see?
Oh man. So as you know, we've been treating this as both a reimagining of and a direct successor to the original trilogy, which means we've been taking that really rich, textured world building from the original games and using it as sort of a sacred foundation that we want to continue building on. And finally, we get to share some of that with our community
Barely
today.
get time to tune
Very
in
exciting, and
anymore for
selfishly, as someone
streams
who
and
grew
of
up playing
course
the original
Gamba.
trilogy with his dad,
If I have to-
it's been so much fun getting to talk story with you. Can't wait for everyone to get to see. Anything in particular, anything else that you're excited for people to get to dig into
Thank you,
as they learn
Fusion.
more about
Thank you,
Marathon?
man.
We've unleashed a little bit with the ARG and everything, but any thoughts so far?
If I said it, I'd get in trouble. So I think I want to keep it a surprise.
Fair question. All right, well, we got a big show coming up. Thank you, Julia, for being here. Thank you all, too, for taking the time to join us today. We appreciate it a ton. All right, we are in final prep now, everyone. So we'll be back in just a little bit on the other side with some Marathon gameplay. Don't go away.
Thank you, Slappy33 friends. Thank you. I could hear it, Fusion. I could hear your message. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I did mute it because I am just like recording stuff. But I could hear it in my headset, but you guys couldn't hear it. Yep, get your resubs out the way now. Rebs, 6 months, thank you, mates. I look tired. I'm not tired. I'm pumped. How long have you been waiting? I've been going for 4 hours. A 6 hour countdown. No, that's 5 minutes. So apparently, according to Kevin, we're going to get a good idea of the runners and I guess their abilities and how you might use them in team comps. The lead engineer or whatever it was said we're going to see some interesting tech. And narrative was like it's a reimagining of Marathon, but also as successor to the story. Which you already see, because there's no fucking cats in the first one, is there? No robo cats. What's the chat doing? Fucking losing their mind. Everything was cats. That was the Infinite twist. I never played Infinite. My blinks are getting longer and longer and longer. I'm in. Can I say attack? Okay. I might even turn these notifications off. Should I turn the notifications? I'm going to turn the notifications off. They're going off. Race up now if you want a message. You're off. Oh, did I say thank you to Rubes? OG Slappy, 33 months. Rubes, 6 months. Fusion. you ready? Get a 30. Good as horse. 5 gifties. Let me know, chat. Did you hear that or not? Shouldn't have heard that. I don't think you did. Seconds. JT. Countdown was a lie. Countdown was a lie. Oh, trailer. Contains flashing lights. Monkey. Marathon. Gameplay reveal showcase. Showcase begins now.
All right, everyone, hello and welcome back to Bungie HQ here in beautiful Washington, where we're coming to you live with the opportunity to share a little bit of marathon gameplay with you for the very first time. My name's Andy. I work on the social media team here, and we've got an awesome show lined up for you with a little surprise at the end that you're going to want to stick around to, so make sure to go ahead and not tune out early. But no need to worry, you're not going to have to sit here and listen to me. I'm joined by some of my teammates here at Bungie to walk us through some of what we're going to be seeing today. So, no time like the present. Let's get into the show. First things first, this gentleman here to my right, to your left, is Marathon's game director, Mr. Joe Ziegler. Joe, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Super excited to finally show something about our game. You know, we've been a little bit silent for a while, but we're hoping you'll have a lot of fun today.
Yeah, we'll have another video in addition to the one of just you in your office hanging out.
Exactly.
So
I won't be talking for like 20 minutes straight this time. I promise,
So for anyone out there that may not know you or what you do here, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
I work with a lot of amazing people. Some of the people on this stage, a lot of people who are sort of in the audience here today. My goal is ultimately to take sort of all the ideas that we have, bring them together into a singular experience, and help to deliver that experience as a single thread. So, just love that.
Thank you very much for being here today, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. As we go on down the line, we're also joined by a man who's been instrumental in bringing the worlds of both games and film to life, our franchise art director, Mr. Joe Cross. Joe, how's it going?
Another Joe. Joe Ziegler and Joe Cross. Only Joes.
Joe, for anyone, obviously you've got some fans here, but for anyone out there in the audience at home that may not know you or doesn't get a chance to work with you, can you tell us just a little bit about who you are and what you do here?
Yeah, so I'm Joe Cross. I'm franchise art director of Marathon.
Joseph.
And my job is to sort of set the tone and the vision, the visual style of this, reimagine this IP and this amazing game. And then, make sure that our world-class art team is set up for success. Paving the way a bit.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for everything. We're going to have a lot to dig into today, so thank you for being here as well.
Yeah,
as we go right on down the line, we have, without a doubt, the most important Andrew on this stage here today, our gameplay director, Mr. Andrew Witz. How's it going, Witz?
Not Joe.
Witz, for anyone out there that may be just meeting you for the first time, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, Andrew Witz. I'm the gameplay director. What basically means is I had to work with a bunch of awesome people to set up what the survival sandbox of Marathon is going to be. So that's runners, weapons and equipment, and the combatants, the UESC. They're going to be hunting players on Tau Ceti. So what up to the gameplay team.
Tau
Thank
Ceti.
you all for all your work.
And of course, last but exceptionally not least, someone who you've probably seen in Bungie Vidocs in the past and someone who's been able to help guide design here at Bungie since Halo 3. The one, the only Senior Design Lead here, rather, the one, the only Mr. Lars Bakken.
Lars.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lars, we're back.
You could say Marathon's back.
You could. I'll leave that to you, though. Well, for anyone out there in the audience who may not get that reference and is just meeting you for the first time, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself and what you do here?
Yeah, my name is Lars Bakken. I'm a senior design lead on the Run team. Shout out to Run team, everyone that's out there right now. A lot of fans out there. So the Run team is consisting of, we make the maps, so the zones that you're going into. We make the activities, so we take some of the cool stuff that Andrew's team, we remix it, we add the UESC in, we make them real difficult on purpose. And then we also have the contracts team, which are the factions, the corporations that players are sort of doing deals with because they're mercenaries. And that gets a little bit down into sort of the missions and everything. And so that's the stuff I hopefully make everyone proud with.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into that here very shortly, but no, thank you all for starters all for being here. Before we get started as well, a quick reminder, do yourself a favor, make sure you've got your Bungie and your Twitch account linked to make sure you don't miss out on the Twitch drop that's going on right now. And if you also go ahead and subscribe to any channel in the Marathon directory, you can get a special little cat badge next to your name to go ahead and show everyone that you were here today. So go out there, find a streamer you haven't found before, and make sure to drop a sub out there and share the love. And also, if you have dropped your sub here on Marathon the Game, worry not, that money all goes to the Bungie Foundation, so thank you for helping us help them do some good out there. And now we have a big show again lined up. We've got some gameplay on the way coming up very shortly. We had a chance to go ahead and work with some creators and press very recently, and we're going to show you what they thought of the game. And of course, again, I'll repeat myself, but we've got something really great for you at the end of the show, so make sure and stick around. But again, the purpose of today is to show off some gameplay. Mr. Joe Siegler, I'd love to hand the mic to you for this next part.
Yeah, so before we get started, obviously there's a lot to talk about today. We have a little bit of a taste to show you about what our game is about, just to kick us off, so we can put some images to what we've been talking about here. So let's take a look.
Gameplay. That's looking very Destiny. That's looking very Destiny. It's looking very Destiny 1. Much slower than D2. And down them.
The end of all things. But the dream is not over. My dream. Yours. Now. Run.
There's NPCs. I like the art style a lot. Dude, this is like D1 kind of slowness. I'm not complaining about that, but noticeably slower than D2. Escape will make you God. That's the Randall's quote. Freedom will make you God. Finishes. September 23rd? September 23rd?
All right.
This year?
Everyone, first things first, you saw that correctly. Marathon will be releasing just later this year on September 23rd, so you'll be able to ship out to Tau City very shortly. And in addition to that, coming just later this month on April 23rd, we're going to be running a closed alpha test that you can be a part of. Now, as a quick heads up, this is going to be focused on North America, 18 plus only. So there's going to be a big chance to play up front, but don't worry, there's going to be other opportunities to play later. So to make sure you're caught up with all the details and you're ready to go, do yourself a favor, head over to our Discord at discord.gg/marathonthegame. And of course, if you're here in Twitch chat with us today, then you've already done yourself a big favor. Members of our community and moderation teams are going to be going out and looking for folks to drop codes to as well to make sure that you can get priority access when the alpha kicks off. So go ahead and keep an eye out on your inbox. There's no exclamation point drops or anything you need to do, though I'm sure folks will do it anyway. But worry not, you've gone ahead and done yourself a favor by being here today. But let's get into it. What did we just see?
A lot of death, you know, is first what we all saw. But honestly, you saw a first glimpse of some of what's going on in Marathon, you know, our extraction shooter that we're creating over here. And it's got a little bit of everything. It's got some runners in there. It's got some weapons in there. It's got some crazy stuff happening, but yeah.
Yeah, a little taste of the weapons in there. You saw some alternate weapon actions. The flip scope is in there, so weapons are going to do more than just shoot, obviously. It's a Bungie game. We got to like really push things. Yeah, a lot of runner abilities are in there as well. The UESC, obviously a little taste of the UESC and what they're capable of. Yeah, a lot of awesome stuff.
And some fun world interactions too. Like there's that sequence where the shutters go down and then everything goes wrong for the team that's in that room. But that's, yeah, it's pretty cool to see those things.
Yeah, everything goes wrong, the Andy Salisbury story. Mr. Ziegler, so why are we making Marathon? Why is Bungie going into the extraction shooter space?
I mean, extraction shooters are something that are a passion of all of ours. Like we really like the idea of bringing this experience that we've all enjoyed, which is this kind of intense survival-based experience where you are frequently unsure of what's going to happen next, but you're on that adventurous ride of it. You know, it's like, we talk about it sort of like it's a horror story that's kind of unfolding before you, and testing yourself to see if you can survive it. And we really wanted to take that and sort of, I don't know, bring a lot more people into it. When you love something, you really kind of want to just, you know, attract others to it, and so you can have a bigger party with it. And so, yeah, we've been doing a lot of work to make that happen.
Yeah, you know? No, it shows. And you know, Lars, obviously, Bungie's got a long history of shooters, but this is a new type altogether for us to dive into. From your side, what's it been like designing for all of this?
It's been fantastic. So when I started at Bungie, it was on the multiplayer team. And I am a competitive person in my nature. I really enjoy PvP. And so having to take that in the Marathon game and think about every single angle of every design, knowing that there will be other human beings in, around, and on the other side of it has just been fascinating and really exhilarating for myself personally, and I also know for the team.
Yeah, it's been really exciting to see. And you know, obviously, you mentioned we saw a lot. We saw some runners. Mr. Witz, can you do me a favor and help introduce these 4 runners that are going to be available when the closed alpha test begins?
Yeah, for sure. We'll have 6 runners at launch, but we're focusing on the core 4 here they're going to be in the alpha. So going left to right, we have Locust. Locust is our soldier kind of fantasy, our soldier kit, all about push forward gameplay, right? The first one in, trying to get as many picks as possible, right? Against either the UESC or other players. Next, we have Blackbird. It's a very reconnaissance-based kit, all about like figuring out where players and enemies are in general and punishing poor positioning. Glitch is like our agile disruptor kind of kit, all about pushing forward, disrupting enemy teams and what they're doing and getting out and kind of having that kind of cycle. Void is our stealth boy, our sneaky boy, all about throwing down smokes, going a full active camo cloak, into the darkness, getting some reses, and then taking some people by surprise. So yeah, this is our core 4 right now.
4 for alpha, 6 for release.
To choose from out of the gate. And even furthermore, Joe Cross, also if anyone's not following Joe Cross on Twitter, do yourself a favor and do so. But you've been sharing some art with these runners pretty recently out there on Twitter with everyone. You know, before the show, we were talking a little bit, and I've heard this come up a lot, but you know, you guys have been working off of this concept of graphic realism. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is and what that means for the design here?
Yeah, it's one of our ingredients that we've sort of conjured up to help us define the visual world for these runners. You know, the first thing we wanted to make sure was their visual fantasy reflected the gameplay fantasy well, and then we sort of have our you know, unique recipe of influences and inspirations for the reimagining of this world. And one of those sort of constraints we've created is this idea of graphic realism, where we kind of reduce the amount of geometry. We limit our materials. We use a lot of graphic design and color. And we sort of use it as a tool to onboard artists who are working on the project. And then it doesn't hurt to have a world-class concept team cranking this stuff out. And that's sort of the origin of a lot of these designs.
And obviously the world of Marathon has so much legacy to it as well. As a kid who grew up playing it, I know it well myself. But like, what's it been like stepping into this world?
It's amazing. For art geeks out there, the sort of the father of the Marathon visual world in a lot of ways is this guy Craig Mullins, who you see art represented on the left. Started out as a fan. Then got incorporated into the IP officially by Bungie, and so his legacy looms super large. And we've always tried to, pay attention, pay homage, make sure we were doing justice. And you can see here in the center, this is kind of a proto-runner we developed early in the process to make sure that, our sort of approach to graphic realism and style lined up and sort of represented that. And then on the right here, sort of an evolution into one of our actual runners here, Blackbird, with a similar fantasy and composition. So I think it's working out well, and I think we're doing something new, but also sort of looking back.
It's like a 3-panel study on how to hold the spine, right? Is what you're looking at.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah.
Is it a spine?
I don't know. It could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that said, if anyone out there in Twitch chat as well has any questions, go ahead and drop them in. We're going to try and answer as many as we can. We're going to be showing, again, a lot of stuff today. So if you've got anything that comes to mind, please feel free to throw it in there. Folks on the community team are going to be keeping an eye out. But we've obviously got a chance to go ahead and dive a little deeper. We've done some telling. Let's go ahead and do some more showing by taking a bit of a deeper dive into some more Marathon gameplay.
Yeah. Let's do it.
It's a 3? Seems a 3. Oh, that reticle reminds me of Deep Destiny. Now City 4.
Marathon is a team-based extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world of Tau Ceti 4. You are a runner, a cybernetic mercenary who's given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats, capable of both tactical and fast-paced combat. Here you'll fight in a crew of up to 3 players across a variety of zones and points of interest. You'll face rival runners in zones of up to 18 players, countless security forces, and otherworldly threats. To scavenge the remains of a lost colony for glory and fortune. The environments of Tau Ceti 4 are filled with weapons, materials, and equipment you can scavenge throughout the map. Before deploying, you'll strategically build your loadout and select a runner to ensure you're equipped for the run ahead. Your objective is simple. Get in, gather as much loot as you can, and make it out alive. Die, and all your gear will be up for grabs. Survive, and your loot can be taken into future runs as you grow in power and fill your vault. Death is inevitable, but it's never the end. Think quickly on your feet and outplay your opponents, and in your next run, you and your teammates will be the ones coming out on top. And even if you're down on your luck, factions can sponsor you with a fresh loadout, so you can get right back into the fight. Bungie brings its best-in-class first-person multiplayer action to the forefront. Dynamic and tactile gunplay, runners with unique playstyles, and customizable builds create highly dynamic and strategic team fights. Whether you're on a zero-to-hero run or high-rolling with powerful gear, you'll need to use your best judgment when you decide which fights to pick and how. Because no matter how geared you are, players with skill and strategy will always have the edge. Marathon is designed to be played in crews, with contextual pings, shared objectives, and down but not out to streamline playing with your friends. Death is not the end. And if you're the last one standing, you can overcome the odds to revive your teammates and get out with your hard-earned loot. And if you believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew fill to take all the glory for yourself as a solo runner. No two runs in Marathon ever play out the same. With dynamic events, variable weather, and unpredictable players, you'll have to adapt on the fly if you want to survive. Each run has a time limit, and anything can happen while you're chasing your objective. Looking to unlock upgrades or increase your faction reputation? Slip into the shadows as Void and ghost past your enemies. Search the map for rare materials and profit opportunities without being discovered. Want to push enemy teams and steal their loot? Bring in Glitch with agility implant and your strongest weapons to disrupt rival crews. Running support for your friends? Grab extra equipment, shield charges, and a specialized backpack to be the lifeline they need. You're always free to experiment with team compositions, and the only limit to how you want to play your runner is your loot and imagination. Endgame challenges, ranked play, discovering secrets, seasonal storytelling, community events, and more all await you in Season 1, where you and your friends will start to unravel the mysteries of Tau Ceti 4. Remember, you're only ever one run away from your next big score.
I hope they talk about that end game challenges and seasonal storytelling more stuff.
Let's get into breaking this down.
Typical.
I think for starters, again, as we touched on before the break, Bungie has such a rich history with Marathon. Joe Cross, from your standpoint, facilitating this gameplay with your art style. Again, what was it like kind of approaching this from your perspective? What were you looking to do?
Build on a legacy. The narrative of Marathon is incredibly rich and inspirational, easy sort of inspiration for art. I also love just sort of having the keys to this car from this era, working on a game from this era. I love older games. I love the way the games look from the PS1, PS2 era. So there was a lot for us, and like I said, paying homage to some of the great sort of iconic artists of the time. So
yeah. And also we had some keen-eared folks in chat. I think it's Joey Wolfinder asked if this is Ben Starr. Yep, Ben Starr was the narrator of that piece. Excellent ear.
Great voice, right?
Yeah, super cool. Yeah,
wonderful voice.
He's almost an Andrew Witz, but he does his best. But all right, I'm gonna put you on the spot with a tough one, Mr. Joe Ziegler. Yeah. Who's your favorite runner?
Ooh, controversial question. I play a variety of them, but I will say probably the one I end up playing the most is Blackbird. Yeah, probably. Any Blackbird mains out there? I like playing Blackbird because it's a great crew runner. It's in terms of being able to provide a lot of information, provide a lot of support. It's also a great runner that's kind of helps to counter a lot of strategies that can occur, especially ambush strategies that happen. Also to catch Void out of position if Void's trying to hide. So yeah, there's a lot of versatility to how you can play it.
Very fun, Mr. Witz. I think you and I share the same main. I got to ask as well. Who's your go-to runner?
Oh, I split my time between Locust. I'm a very push-forward kind of player, as Joe reminds me all the time, because I'm pushing too much, too often.
You don't even have a W key. It just goes.
I just love to go fast forward. That's right. Yeah. And so, that push-forward gameplay that Locust kind of has, right? Being the first to try and get a pick, seeing somebody out of position, going for that pick. Also, I like to play Glitch a lot too. Again, I really love that disruption playstyle. I love just finding an enemy crew trying to exfil, trying to extract, and then taking the arm cannon and just knocking them out of the zone, and now they're trapped with me and hopefully my teammates. Joe.
I'm scanning. I'm looking for enemies. It's good, yeah.
To that same end, actually, as you guys kind of discuss the runners, Destas in chat asks, what's the pacing targets to the gameplay? Are there any movement or traversal mechanics?
There are a lot of movement and traversal mechanics inside of the game, but it varies. Your effectiveness varies per runner. Yeah.
Yeah, like everything in we're making like a survival sandbox, which means everything kind of has to have a cost, right? And so like if you want to go fast, like Locust has like a super sprint, so to speak. Like they have leg jets that kind of come on to help you sprint even faster. That causes heat. So basically, it's almost like a stamina system, but we call it heat because we're these awesome mercenary cyborgs, right? Where like the body overheats, and so this character has like some mobility, but you overheat quite a bit. So that's kind of the cost that's there, and so that's what pushes us into like finding implants that maybe like expand like how much like your heat meter, and also give you more agility, so you can even go even faster, right? So yeah, there's a lot of cost in the game in terms of when we place a mobility thing in there, we really want to make sure. It's like, how does this affect the pace, and how does this affect the overall survival sandbox?
And to be fair, we're still looking at the alpha builds. We got to balance a lot of stuff because some stuff is kind of sketchy. Yeah.
There's a lot to learn. That's why we're doing this, right?
Yeah, I mean, and actually, while we're talking about kind of those finer details, Wits, I'd love to still kind of bug you a little bit. In Marathon, build crafting is a big deal. What does that mean in the world that you guys are building?
Yeah, and so like the runners are essentially like a base, right? And so each runner has, they have a bunch of implants that you can kind of find that do kind of wild things, and like as they go up in rarity, right? There's a lot of stats, so you can increase your resistance to certain things. So like Tox is one, so you can essentially be poisoned, right, as our Tox, and so you can build up resistances to that. You can increase your agility. There's shields, obviously, to make you a bit more durable. We have cores. Cores are really cool. They basically give you like extra passives. And at the base rarity, like they have these kind of passives that you kind of play around. At the highest rarity, they are specific to the runner kit that you have, the runner you're playing. And what they do is they really augment your abilities wildly, right? So you can, you're doing one thing, and then you get like a cord specifically for glitch, and now you're like, oh, my double jump is a triple jump? Like that's how much we want to kind of push that, so that gear really matters. And so builds are like completely the implants, the cores, weapons, weapon attachments. Weapons have like a pretty cool progression too. We have gold mods, which are kind of like the highest end of the attachment pool. They're essentially like exotics in our game, right? What is the exotic version of this Magnum that can do some wild stuff? So yeah, like really it's the entire package together is what the build crafting experience is in Marathon.
That's super exciting. And actually, to that same end, we got a question in chat as well from, I think, Firex is how you pronounce it. How many players are going to be in each map?
18.
Varies per map.
Yeah, it varies per map.
Got it.
The footage that people have seen a lot of, Dire Marsh, we support up to 18 players.
Excellent. Okay, all right, so going to be room for a lot of play styles. To that same end, I know we talked a little bit about Void earlier as well. Lars, can you walk us through maybe just your play style when you're approaching any of these runs?
Sure, yeah.
Let's go ahead and sell out the best strategy.
I have to give away my secrets. So Void is really fun for me because it leans into this part of my personality that is like very devious. And so, if you go on a run with me, I'll be like, hey, any claymores you see, let me know. And I'm putting those in my backpack, and I'm doing crazy things like, okay, so Void has a prime ability that sends out, I think you saw it in the video, it sends like a wall of smoke that sort of like your home base when you do that. It's a portable. Because when you go in that, you become invisible. You get automatic active camo. So I'll do things like set that up to make people believe I'm doing one thing and then do another. So a lot of subversive things. I'll go in there and I'll claymore the inside, right? Someone comes in after me, they're gonna have a very bad time. But I also do things like I'll go to a place in the zone where there's high tier loot, and I'll claymore it up, and then close all the doors and leave, and be like, I wonder if anyone's gonna show up. And then sure enough, maybe 5 minutes later, I see the shield crack in the HUD, and I'm like, yes, I can go back and see what's going on. So yeah, that's how I like to play.
Yeah. How about you, Joe Cross? What's your go-to?
Well, if you know me, I'd rather look good and lose. So I generally pick the runner with the coolest helmet, and in this lineup, I think that's clearly Blackbird. As far as my play style, I'm typically just a decoy. So
it's like, Joe, go over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Look really great.
Yeah, exactly. Just stand in the open for a little bit. Yeah.
So that's the end of my run story.
Fair. Well, we want to thank you all for your collective sacrifice. We appreciate it. So actually, to that same end, obviously we do a lot of playtesting here internally. Witz, I know you mentioned you've got a folder of some of your best plays, but what are some of your most memorable runs so far?
Some of my memorable runs are really when I think I'm going to be doing one thing, right? Like, okay, I'm going to do a contract. I'm going to be going here. I got to go into this room. I got to interact with this device. And I think it's like, I'm safe, like I'm kind of doing like a routine thing. I can get in and get out if I'm like smart about it and really kind of listen for what's going on. Like there's no UESC around, there's no players around. And oftentimes there's another player, like the best moments is there's another crew that are going for the exact same thing. And there's this moment of like you're about to turn the key to get into a locked room and then the other team is right there and you're like, oh crap. Like, and then you're like, this is all out war in like a hallway that seems to be like a regular hallway, but now it's just like it just gets crazy. And so I think those are the peaks that happen where there's these tense moments you're trying to do something that lead to these very quick crescendos where, these mercenaries kind of going crazy. Another way, like all these players are jumping in.
You make it sound like you're playing so carefully, but you're not.
Listen, the tactics are happening fast.
Okay.
They're going,
just processing power.
The math is going. Like it's happening.
It's improvisational, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like, runs can obviously entail a lot, but we also have a question from Sharky218. Is loot going to be just weapons, or is there going to be more for people to go after while they're out there in Tau Ceti?
There's a ton of
There's a ton of
them. Yeah, there's implants, there's cores, there's equipment.
There's
grenades. Consumables.
Let's talk about grenades.
Yeah, there's grenades. We have a bunch of different types of grenades in the game as well that you can loot in the world. We have valuables. We have backpacks. Yeah, attachments, weapons, materials, keys.
And there's a bunch of stuff too that we're just we call valuables, but like there's times when you're running low on money and you're like, I just need to do a valuables run right now, and I need to pick up these things and get my money, into my space bank. So.
Space bank, yeah.
That actually is a good segue from, and I'm not making this name up, Ballin' Hobo asks, what do I do with the loot when I extract? Like, why does it matter in the long run?
Yeah, there's a variety of reasons. So a lot of it was related to sort of our factions and contract system. But if you want to talk a little bit about that, Lars.
Yeah, we've got this entire system we call factions. You're doing contracts, they're like missions, and you are being greeted originally by AI representative because you are a mercenary. You don't really have allegiance to anyone. They are going to pay you to do these jobs, and so they'll give you these missions to do. And as you're doing these missions, like Andrew said, sometimes you'll run into danger. But the cool thing about, I think, a lot of the faction and the contract system is like, you could complete the, download the agricultural survey from this one area on one of the zones, and you're doing the thing, and you've sort of done it. So even if you die, you've still made progress there, which I think is a really cool aspect of that feature. But then there's also this other meta layer where as you're working with the different factions, they allow you to upgrade yourself over time, and so you can increase your heat meter, you can increase your loot speed, things like that.
I was going to say, you're trying to get as much loot as possible to meet the challenge of the world, right? Yeah. Like essentially, different missions get harder over time, right? Which means you want to have more loot on you so you can survive longer, so just in general, be able to do fight all the different, hostile entities in the world, like get through there's a POI on a zone that's heavily fortified by UESC and all of the different units that are there, the snipers, the assault units, like you want to be able to not only withstand that and players. So there's a lot of reasons why you want to get loot again.
And honestly, like a lot of the loot translates into things like upgrades, that you utilize through the factions, but there's also an in-game store called the Black Market where you can use a lot of your currency and things like that to actually re-equip yourself if you go on a bad run or to upgrade yourself if you need anything from that space. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons to get a lot of good loot out. I don't think I'm ever short of reasons to get loot out.
That just says something else about me, though. I'm just a loot goblin. So sometimes extraction shooters also can be seen as kind of hardcore and maybe tough to get into. What are some of the things that you guys are doing to make them easier to dive into?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things that we could talk about. One is we are obviously investing, besides doing a little bit more onboarding in the front end so players can understand a little bit about what the nature of the game mode is. We're also doing a lot to make combat something that's a little bit more approachable, but also just equally as deep and have pretty wide things, but I think Andrew could talk about it, yeah.
Yeah, we want to make, like, this is like a Bungie shooter, right? We want to make sure it's approachable. We like nail those fantasies. Every button press feels awesome, right? And so really trying to bring that kind of, like, morph the Bungie action game into, like, in the survival space where, again, everything kind of costs something, right? Getting shot, like, you're not going to have like a limb system where, like, you know, your limb's broken or anything, but you will, like, guns do stopping power, right? Which they can knock you out of sprint, they can slow you down, right? Status effects are still in the game. And so if you are hit with a chem grenade, right, you're gonna be toxed. You can be immobilized, right, which really slows you down. You can be overheated. There's all these things, and that pushes you into using consumables and making sure you have an answer for these things that happen. So we're trying to make sure that you keep the depth of the survival game, but the approachability of the action game, right? And so that's how we're trying to marry that together. In addition to that, if you have some bad runs, right, like, and you don't have a lot of, you see your loot kind of going down, we have the sponsored kits, like it's kind of talking in the video earlier, where it's a package of gameplay items like weapons or equipment or maybe a shield or something or consumables. Yeah. That's kind of like the floor for what we think you can be really, like, you can be capable in the environment and actually like fight other players that actually are kitted out. So you're never feeling like, the goal is that you can always clutch, even if you find somebody who's completed kitted out in like really high-end gear, because that's your payday, right? That's like the beauty of the moment of like, oh my God, I took this player and oh, they have the best shield in the game. Hell yeah, you know?
Yeah. Hurts. I mean, obviously, going to be a lot of good pointers for folks at home taking notes for when they get a chance to get into the alpha, but we'd be remiss if we also didn't mention how a big part of what we do here at Bungie is working alongside our community, which is why we've also had the chance since about 2022 to work with hundreds of different creators in our community as well, to go ahead and get some of their feedback. So to those of you out there that have joined us, thank you very much for your time and your opinions. They mean a lot. But no need to listen to me talk about it. We actually just last week had a bunch of folks in here to go ahead and play test the very same alpha build that some of you will have a chance to join in on as well. So I vote I go ahead and let you tell them about it in their own words.
Who's here?
You kind of feel the blood pumping.
Got him, got him, got him. Down them all again and 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 again.
This is a new world. This is a different take on an extraction shooter.
No! No, they got out!
It's game changing. It is literally game changing.
That's Barrett. Oh, what if you got invited and you didn't like it?
You are the first group outside of Bungie.
What if you got invited and you didn't like it? That's CG, what's his name?
Hook daddy up, let's go.
Okay, I am ready and up. Whatever you two are. Yes, sir. Oh, we are bringing some money in this time.
Quick read.
Oh, you looking around?
Yeah, I'm gonna see who we got in the raid with.
Alrighty. Bio research is right next to us. You want to do the intercepts?
Yeah.
You just want to grab that real quick?
Yeah, we can.
You want to get going?
Yep, Metro.
Yeah, this looks faster than the gameplay. Actually, way faster.
Oh, okay, there's... Oh, yeah. So, for the gang, there is fall damage, and it is severe if you drop.
I got a mob earlier that like drastically reduced it though.
Just yeeted himself off the edge.
I may have just exploded my kneecaps.
If you dash right before you hit the ground, you don't take
it saves it.
It'll break the fall, yeah. Happens to the best of us.
AI on the right. Yeah, more AI.
Honestly, this is more impressive than the trailer. This actually looks better than the trailer. This was way smoother than the trailer.
Sorry. Excuse me, sorry.
You're good.
The sound effects sound fucking great.
Yeah, still heading to field maintenance.
Yep.
Oh, I got AI over here like crazy.
Oh my god, he just stuff up. Are we killing them or ignoring them?
AI with a snipe up above.
Not this friendly fire.
I need some bits ammo, guys, finally. There's a green punk right there.
There's 6 underneath.
Oh yeah, here I think.
Player. Stab one.
I hit one for the kill, but I'm
1, 2.
down.
This looks a lot better than the previous trailers.
Actually, you want to do the hit indeed? Watch it here. Compared to what I do.
Either way, I'm getting shredded right now, so I gotta keep
clear the AI outside first. They're just gonna beam us if we don't get rid of them.
We gotta. Yep.
What?
That's a purple.
Time to kill's not like super quick either.
Bro, the ones that fire like 5 knees are lethal.
The Grenadiers, yeah. They're pretty. What'd you have on your little guy?
Oh, one of the guys you killed had just been weapons on him. Poor guy.
Oh, mechanics hit. That's what we need, right? Moves
Yeah,
just mechanical static effect.
I'm using that.
Yeah, I'm inside with them. When you have the mechanics kit, it doesn't take anything. You're just good. Yeah. I'm unlocking the box. Yeah, dropping in big ones too. They've got long shots in 2. Oh, yeah. That's gotta be. It's gotta be.
I played one shield. There's a Loomis up there who's absolute. Oh,
Snipers seem pretty powerful.
Realized.
As usual.
Where are they?
They're on the balcony, like south 200.
I got one knocked. I got one knocked.
Nice.
That's annihilated, dude. Oh my god.
On me. I'm out there,
Yeah, I would say it's a self as
yeah, there's a sniper.
Freaking no! It's a Brian! Kill him, he's a fiend, dude.
I'm coming to you, Ben.
Yeah, I see him.
Don't underestimate this guy.
Oh my god, that thing!
So you can kind of do a lot of burst movement, but then you overheat.
Ben, you knocked one, I knocked another.
Good stuff. I literally only have a sniper.
A unit is signaling for reinforcements.
Okay, heavy rounds.
The knock I had was way over here. I don't see anybody over there yet.
He's been quiet for an awful long time. I reckon he's gone to res.
Gamel's like which queen?
I see him.
Right there. He's right there. Yep.
Yeah.
Tell me if they res.
That's a guy. Yeah, he's holding the angle at a distance.
Sniped a sniper.
Yeah, right on me. This player. On me. Very weak up there. I'm underneath.
Are they where we got boys down?
The fog is a bit annoying. That is strange, huh?
Knock one.
Holy, just fucking rush with that booster and shotgun the shit out
I
of
get
it.
shots on the right side, like you think.
No, if they're close.
Oh, they are different weather conditions, yeah.
Oh.
There.
You got eyes?
Yeah, A1.
Oh, is that him up there? Is he upstairs inside?
I don't know whether,
Yes, sorry, he was.
I guess the combat probably the snipers, to be honest.
Or is that USAC?
No, you said guy right there.
They were shooting something in here.
think they kind of built a ringer group, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty confident.
They built God squads, you could say. I feel like we might be the God squad.
That was good.
I think
that was
it's
a good
3
run.
maps.
Yeah.
We got knife some AI and grab some guns.
We can go to field maintenance.
We got a loot container key. Isn't there one of those around here?
Yeah, it's right here.
Tells you the value of everything.
Where did I just hear that thought? Whoa! I knifed one.
You know what's gotta piss off a lot of Destiny creators? It's being so loyal to Bungie. And then just seeing like Escape from Tarkov players getting to play the new game.
Yeah. Yeah. Something's sucking me.
Stop sucking him! It's a purple shield.
How did you sign up for the alpha? Was it just the Discord?
I found a purple enemy. I heavy knifed it 4 times and had to dump a full mag into it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yay! I don't want the
Yeah, dang.
conquest. LMG. I should take it, but I don't want it.
But here, take
Oh,
this.
long
Take
shot.
this.
I'm saved. What's the question marks again? That are on the map?
Oh, I think
Stank Rat hasn't said a single thing yet.
Huh? Like
Those maps look
this?
really small.
Yeah, I don't know.
Players.
That comes cool.
One is broken.
I'll get a purple shield. I knocked one.
I knocked one.
God, that's some classic Destiny sniping, isn't it? The maps look like the size of
Increased hostile action.
the other game I played.
Glitch is moving. Glitch
Delta
is moving.
Force.
Behind, yeah, Glitch is behind you at the moment. White shield, white shield.
Oh, she's scared.
Surely
She's
there's not
scared.
18 players on that map. That means it would be like
Very good.
maybe there is
Very nice. I called the purple.
3 sectors with 2 teams in each sector. You know, like north, east, and west.
Yeah, I want the freaking purple. Here's a green on this
Purple shield. Who has that?
one. Me.
The big items, the big drops, the stuff that's like really high value, they're like, I have to get this out.
Doesn't matter if I'm playing Lucas or Void or Glitch. If I've got a better aim, I'm going to win. There's no other extraction shooter like that where I could have that kind of gameplay.
When people find out about some of the secrets and stuff, they are going to lose their mind.
Secrets.
Playing so far has just been refreshing, I'd like to say. Everything felt really locked in.
This being sort of the next full Bungie experience is an exciting moment.
The game is inherently fun. I just want to play more.
Yeah, hidden experience, yeah.
All right, so obviously having those creators in was a whole lot of fun. Getting to work with both creators and players alike has been a privilege. It's been a great time getting to set that up. And of course, I promise I'm not saying this just because I work on the social media team here, but if you head over to our YouTube channel, we have a full 20-minute version of that. So youtube.com @MarathonTheGame is where to find us. Also same with all of our other socials as long as I'm at it. But Lars, obviously again, like we talked about before that video, we're familiar with working with our community really closely, but have we ever done it this early or at this scale before?
So I've been at Bungie for a while now, since the Halo 3 days, and I think the thing, even since my time, we've been really good about is working with players, working with the community. It's something we take pride in. And on this game in particular, yeah, we brought people in, players in much earlier into the process than I think we ever have before, and it's given us really good insight. You know, we tell them when they show up, be brutally honest, because that's how we learn, that's how we understand what needs to change, what needs to get better. And I think it's been really great.
It's been a ton of fun. I mean, even again, like these folks were all here last week. You guys were in there with them, some of you playing as well. What was it like?
Oh, it was super exciting, yeah. I mean, like, when you have a lot of, there was a combination of players who we've been engaging with for a long time, and some players who were brand new. And it was great to see sort of like the mix of the both, especially when you got to some higher level skilled players who just joined in and immediately got it and started destroying everybody, like Tens, and, you know, Lupo was in there. And, but yeah, you had some pretty awesome moments, didn't you?
Yeah, so it was pretty amazing to jump in, and I'm gonna throw Nick under the bus for a moment here. Like, apparently he was on the team with Brian and
what do
Jeff
I do to
Keighley,
sign up for the alpha?
and they were not having success. Y'all were like destroying them, the creators. Yeah, it's probably your team that was destroying them. So I was brought in as like a hired gun to help get Jeff through, and
thank you.
I did my job.
Mission accomplished, Lotus, yeah.
Something that he's used to, obviously. Also, though, you were saying you were observing a little bit as well, maybe not playing quite as much. What was it like, you know, from your perspective, getting to see all these folks jump in and play the game for the first time, some of them?
I mean, it was awesome. It's awesome, like, playing the game for so long, right, and seeing other people play the game is just a great feeling, right, for, like, the whole team. You get to see things that you designed for happen, and you know, in real life, right? You see people who are like being hunted by other players that take refuge by like a heavily fortified area, and watching the UESC equalize a little bit. Moments like that was great. There was another fight that was like it looked so fun, but also hilarious, but also like really like it was like a great time, but also really tense. There was two crews that were fighting under the dire marsh map. There's a bunch of tunnels and stuff like that, and they were fighting in the tunnels, and the fight was literally like almost 1 by 1s, like 3 and 3, like constantly moving towards each other and fighting in the hallway. The person in the front dropping meds for people in the back and changing positions, and that fight went into like little vents as well. So it was like this it was this hilarious chase that was like it was super tense because you didn't know exactly whether you were going to get third party, and they were just the volume of the room kept on going up from those two crews because they were just like, when are they going to get flanked? There's another vent right there that could pop up from there, and they were shooting vents just like out of just pure paranoia. It was awesome to watch.
It's a good balance to strike, obviously, yeah. And you, again, we were mentioning you got to play. Were there any other creators you got to dive in with?
Oh, yeah, I was on a team with Valkyrie and Katamina, and we had a lot of fun. There was like a couple moments where we bunkered down underneath a greenhouse in the tunnels underneath. Tunnels are dangerous, and they were fun. But we basically created like a little claymore nest down there, and so we were baiting them down into it. And yeah, it was pretty successful. I'm telling you, the claymore strats are good. Yeah. Don't sleep on claymores. They're
pretty solid.
Yeah.
Lars is like, I know.
Yeah.
So, you know, even in addition to these creators, you know, the legacy of Marathon's community goes so long goes so far rather. You know, as someone who's played a lot of Aleph 1 in the past as well myself, back on my Titanium G4 PowerBook so long ago, bringing in the Aleph 1 team was really, really exciting. You guys got a chance to work with them as well, isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting to sort of connect to the heritage of Marathon, right? Like to keep that alive as we're sort of building this new world. And so working with the Aleph 1 team has been really awesome with the Marathon Classic on Steam. Is the release that they had, as well as the Marathon Classic 2, I think, is on Steam as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, both of those, it's like sort of connecting the threads, if that makes sense, you know? Yeah. Sort of remembering the past as we're sort of building this new, re-envisioning in a lot of ways of what Marathon is.
Yeah. Actually, kind of on this topic as well, about the dangers of the world, we do have a question from Twitch chat. Are there dangerous PvE encounters? Obviously, you've mentioned that the UESC is out there, and you should underestimate them at your own peril, but can you tell us a little bit more about maybe some of those emergent threats that await players?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the UESC security units that are out there. There's a bunch of different types that do different things, so watch out for them. We also have ticks, which are these wonderful, surprising, explodey fauna. Yeah, they run at you.
Yeah.
They run at you, explode on you, and you have to shoot the nests actually to get rid of them essentially. Otherwise, they'll keep coming. And there's a bunch of hazards and stuff that are like going to be on the map as well. Like we have a bunch of like tux rooms and all kinds of surprises that await players. And yeah, in the alpha there's a few, but
what's the scariest UESC unit to you?
The scariest unit? The Ghost Commander for me, for sure. The Ghost Commander, their ability is like they go into active camo and they actually have clone. They have a bunch of like clones that go out there, so you think you're not sure which one to shoot, and then by the time you recognize which one is actually the real one, right? It's like it may be over for you.
Keep it real as well.
That's one. The sniper, also love the sniper as well. We really want to have these prolonged sniper fights that are really great against the UESC, and if you manage to really push them and they notice you're pushing, they'll punish you for that too. So like, yeah, definitely be careful of these units. Tread carefully.
Not to be trifled with, right?
And the recruits, honestly, the recruits, they have this rush down that they do. If you're not too careful and knowing where they're going to be flanking you and rushing you down from, like, yeah, we're purposely making them.
We're gonna talk and criticize and discuss.
You can't get treasure
but if you're being
out of the world
annoying
easily,
as
and they're
fuck,
guarding it, and
spamming game is mid, game is mid the entire fucking time, you're gonna get banned.
Exactly.
Like,
also, too,
okay?
we've got another question from, I believe, Shevsky.
Okay, say it once. I don't need to fucking read it every 2 minutes.
Types, like 3 Blackbirds, for example.
Absolutely, yeah. Yep. There's no restriction on how.
And if I tell you to chill out,
you can all play the same. You can
don't just say, "Oh, I just keep it 100% real."
Or you can diversify a little bit, you know, and sort of try to use each other's utilities. But we've seen them all. It's been really cool to see kind of the different.
Go fucking play Destiny.
Yeah. But you may never know. Like those 3 different like players that are playing Blackbird, they may have very different builds and what they're gearing towards in Blackbird, right? Like they may be some of them, like one of them may actually have implants that allow them to go in active camo. That's not a specific thing for a runner, so we're purposely trying to make it so that you can diversify.
I did see the shield wall comp, which is like basically
now
3
it's distracted me from listening to this.
In like last.
And that's why you're gonna get fucking banned because you distracted me from fucking paying
so
attention.
again, obviously, it's been so much fun to hear you guys even talking about this game and the experiences you've had. You've been building a world that's really ripe for players to tell their own stories in. Again, with the closed alpha on the way on April 23rd, as players finally get a chance, some of them to jump in. What are some of the stories you're most excited for them to get to dive in and maybe tell themselves?
So many. I mean, there's so many different stories that I think are that we're looking forward to seeing happen, especially ones that we've never even seen before. But getting onto the planet, like honestly, just trying to survive amongst all of the different threats that exist there. The dying, you know, when our trailer says death, it's death. You know, there's a lot of death in the game. The learning from it, the challenging yourself, the getting back up and trying to do something new. It's gonna be exciting. I'm sure there's plenty of other things.
I'm curious.
I've got lots of opinions to share about this, and we can talk about it.
I mean, I'm had the fortune to launch Destiny and now Marathon. It's always amazing to put something out into the world that you've been working on, sort of in a bubble for 6 years or something like that, and have the players experience the visual world for the first time is amazing. Introducing the IP into the world, sort of beyond the game. Sort of the culture it creates. Always excited to see like what the fans tell us what the game is and what the metas are and what the IP is, and so that exchange is always amazing.
Yeah, check out the Discord. It's getting wild in there right now. Wits, how about you? Anything come to mind on your side?
I'm just really excited for folks to discover the content and play with it in interesting ways. We've been making this meal for a bit. It's just time to see folks play, right? Like we've been making the sandbox for a bit. We've been working together on all the activities and everything in the world, right? It's just going to be exciting to see people react to it organically and learn from it.
Yeah, very exciting.
I'm also curious to see which runner will be the crowd favorite, out of the end. I have theories.
I know you have many theories.
Yeah.
Many theories.
Chat, Discord, let us know. We'd love to hear what you guys are thinking.
Absolutely.
But that brings us to just about the conclusion of what's been a very action-packed show. So for starters, guys, thanks so much for being here today. We really appreciate it.
I mean, thank you so much, and thank you everybody out there. Like our team is literally sitting behind these cameras here, and they're amazing. Like you should give yourselves a hand, for putting together. Also, there's an immense amount of staff here that has been super gracious and kind to come and help work with us on this. So just want to make sure all of you, let's give you a hand too. You've been doing an amazing job. Thank you.
That's That's right. So again, as we noted at the top of the show, coming up at the very, very end, we've got a very special surprise. So go ahead and do yourself a favor and stick around all the way through till the end. But again, a huge thanks, Joe Ziegler, Joe Cross, Andrew Witz, and Lars Bakken. Thank you all for being here today. And of course, again, to echo Ziegler, thank you so much to the entire dev team here at Bungie. Thank you so much for being here today. Whether you're here with us in person or you're at home, it's your contributions that make Marathon possible. So truly, thank you. It's honestly humbling to be here today. And again, of course, the crew here, thank you all so much for all of your hard work. It's been incredible seeing this stage come up so much, or so quickly rather. So thank you so much. It's been a gargantuan effort, and it's all thanks to your efforts. And most importantly, again, to all of you fine folks out there for joining us today. It's such a privilege for us to get the opportunity to share what we've been working on, and it matters most when you show up and join us. We know you have busy days, and we're thankful to be a part of it. So thank you for joining us here on this Saturday morning. And of course, we got something fun at the end. Make sure you stick around for a little bit longer. We're going to be rating Scarrow and Mr. Raffle Waffles, Milo, out there here just after the show ends. So go ahead and tell them we said hello when you get a chance to drop into their chat. But as has become kind of a tradition here at Bungie with our streams, we've saved just one more special thing here for you at the end. Now, we've told you a lot about the game so far, but we haven't had a chance to really touch on the narrative just yet, and we're really excited to build a story that's innovative in the extraction shooter space, both in and out of the game, and we'd love to show you a glimpse of that now. So we've had the opportunity to partner with Academy and Emmy Award-winning director Alberto Mielgo to go ahead and show you just a bit of a snapshot of what life is like on Tau Ceti. So we hope you enjoy, but in the meantime, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we'll see you all Starside.
Holy animation. Is the ink blot? Uh-oh.
I met a traveler from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that it sculptor well those passions red which yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, lifeless thing that mocked them, and the heart that fed, and the heart that fed."
Welcome once again. Once again. As the new shell, feeling.
I mean, it feels just like what it is, right? Like $1 trillion.
Like $1 trillion. Sakaguchi Genetics sent a reminder. Your shell repayment is coming up and will be charged against your line of credit.
Yeah, I know.
Skins.
Please skip the formalities this time. Got a big contract waiting down there, so.
Understood. Let's proceed with your grounding exercise. Are you familiar with this item?
That's my lucky charm. Yeah. Supposed to be my lucky charm.
Charms. Yeah, we haven't heard anything about customization. Cool ass cutscene.
Can you identify her?
Yeah, that's my mom. That's your mom. Your mother.
Now,
You know that's
consider
your mom.
this. Do you recognize this child?
Who are you? I don't know.
It's you.
Really?
I think when you have like third person and you see all the different colors all the time, it can feel over the top. But when it was like in first person mode, it didn't feel as like heavily saturated as it does.
I don't know, but I like it. It speaks to me.
Let me listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's got some cyberpunk going on for sure.
You ever wonder what happened to these people?
Recon.
It's not my business.
And this music is? You'll have a tough time finding a buyer.
Good. It's not for sale. Give it to me.
Get her ass. This is gonna be like a seasonal story. Oh, she got fucked up.
And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remain. Nothing beside remain. Round the decay of that colossal wreck. Round the decay of that boundless and bare. Boundless. The lone and level sand.
Similar to Marathon with all the like real world poems and shit. This is a long ass trailer too. It's longer than the gameplay trailer.
Do you recognize this child?
I don't know.
Is that me?
Why is every streamer at the exact same part? Extreme, I think you are missing brain cells. We're all watching the same thing, you fucking idiot. I'm sorry, it's 2 a.m. in the morning now. I don't know if I can control myself. Right. I think I'm going to make a video right now with you guys. And I'm just going to read off my notes. And we'll talk about it. And then I'll upload it. And then we'll end stream. I got opinions. I got opinions. Of course I got opinions. Alright, let's just bring up. I wonder if that cinematic is somewhere. Has anyone seen that cinematic anywhere? Cinematic. Oh. That was 8 minutes. That cinematic was crazy. Let me just get the other one. Oh ha, oh ha. Right.
You kind of feel.
Let's line this up. Let's just play this in the background. And I'm going to literally go through my notes. And that's going to be the video and the stream. We'll talk about it. All right, you ready? I'm just going full send. This is like my moaning minutes where no rehearsal. Straight in. Raw dog it. Let's just make sure we've got the cinematic reveal as well. One take. This is all the gameplay. Where do you find the alpha? On the Discord. On the Discord. Anyone got the Discord link? Put it in chat. Discord link and then I'm going to cover it now. And then /alpha in their alpha channel. You got to be in North America though. Yeah, Marathon the game. Yeah, that's the one. All right. All right, let's go. All right. Okay, we just finished the marathon reveal. I'm going to play some background footage. This is available on YouTube right now. It just got released. I'm going to put this in the background, and I'm just literally going to read from my notes all the major points, all the things that they got revealed, and I'll give you my thoughts and any important information to go through. Right. Starting off the bat, things that were revealed. There will be enemy AI under UESC, which is the Unified Earth Space Council. This is from original Marathon lore. So go watch my series on the lore, but we will be fighting against them. They'll be in the world space. There'll be different like tiers of them. Some of them will be like more heavily armored, all that kind of stuff. What you would expect from an extraction shooter, there are usually other enemy AI around. That will be the case. We are on the planet Tau Ceti 4. We also kind of predicted that as well. There will be factions, very, very, very similar to other extraction shooters that you have seen, like Escape from Tarkov. You have like vendors. It sounds very, very similar to the Tarkov like vendor system. Essentially, you have vendors. You got to go do contracts for those vendors under that faction name. When you do that, you level them up, and it sounded like you got access to better gear. If you've played any extraction shooter, they all use very similar Tarkov-esque systems where you do bounties for a vendor, level them up, get better gear. You are runners, and so you're mercenaries, so you don't necessarily have an allegiance to any of them. I think you just really the common enemy is a UESC. The gameplay they originally showed looked incredibly, well, I wouldn't say incredibly slow. It looked like Destiny 1 kind of slowness, but the gameplay you're seeing in the background now looked a lot quicker. You'll notice there will be moments of really quick boosting and zooming around, and then like losing your stamina, which I described as heat. Remember, you're like cyborg, or I don't think they call them cyborgs anymore. In the first game, they were called cyborgs, but you know, you're not quite human. You've had your bits and bobs replaced. And you can upgrade your exoskeleton and all your abilities and that kind of stuff. So there definitely looks a little bit faster than some of your other extraction shooters. Moments of being frantic, but you're going to have to pick your moments to activate some of your abilities. The release date is this year, September 23rd, 2025. So September this year. You can sign up and get into the alpha if you don't get a key. You can do that by going into the Discord, which is discord.gg/marathon the game. I'll put the link down below. Go into the text chat that has alpha written in it, type /alpha into that, and it'll give you a link to sign up once you've agreed to the terms and conditions. You have to be in North America. Well, actually, I think it's just said USA and Canada. Right. Next on the list, weapons do have like alternate fire modes. Runners have certain abilities. We saw some like boosting movements. You'll see a lot with like Dr. Lupo, like kind of using a booster to zoom around. There are world interactions too. You'll find like part of your bounties is going into these facilities, activating something, retrieving something, blah, blah, blah. On the alpha release, there'll be 4 classes of runner: Locust, Blackbird, Glitch, and Void. They have different abilities. Locust is a soldier, Blackbird's like recon, Glitch is agile, Void is stealth, go invisible. These are like your base abilities, but you can build onto it. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a sec. On release, they're planning to have 6 runners, so essentially 6 classes to play around with. You'll be in teams of 3 up to 18 players depending on the map. So larger maps should have 18 players. I don't think they confirmed what the smaller maps would have. The maps in this gameplay looked pretty small when you see the map. If it doesn't show on screen, I'll put the link down below and go check it out. Similar, if you've played Delta Force or even maybe some of the smaller, actually probably similar to the smaller Call of Duty DMZ maps. Don't know. Can't remember. I don't know which one I'm thinking of. I've played a lot of extraction shooters over the last year. Cool. They also talked about factions sponsoring you, which sound very, very similar to how in Tarkov, when you're down on your luck and you've got no money and you're out of gear, because when you die in this game, it is a typical extraction shooter. You die, you drop all your gear, you lose your gear, so you get to a position where you can be very poor, and games need a way of handling that. In something like Escape from Tarkov, you get to play as like enemy AI called scabs. It gives you a default kit. You go in there, you can try to scoop up some loot and get back out. Sounds like they've got a very similar system, which they called faction sponsors. I imagine it's probably on a timer. You get like a kit sponsored. They called it like, I don't know, the base frame, essentially, like, you know, a low tier kit that you could go in without having to like risk money, essentially, and use that to go in. Someone did mention a zone. One of the developers mentioned a zone, but there was no official details, but I did catch it when they said it. So I was like, I wonder if there's a closing zone at all, but it wasn't officially mentioned. Maybe a slip of the tongue. Now, this is probably the most unique feature that I've seen so far. They did talk about build crafting. They talked about how the runners you pick is like your base frame, so to speak, and then you can modify them. You can adjust their resistances to things. So they mentioned how you're not going to like have your arm blown off and have to like patch it back on, but you have other things like toxins or immobilizations, other status effects that you can build up towards. You can have like resistances against status effects. You can have these modifying things called cores. That's my writing. Cores that will change your passive abilities. Cores seem like the main thing that will give you variability in your runners and really change how you might play with them. You can bump up your agility stats and other bits and pieces. They talked about weapon attachments, and there's like higher tiers, which are basically exotics, probably change how the weapon completely functions. Consumables like grenades and what you would expect. And then of course, like loot and valuables, you'll see in the gameplay loop that, you know, when you pick stuff up, things have a value like all these extraction games do, and you sell that to buy better gear when you get out. But it does tell you the value in your inventory system, so you don't have to try to memorize what's valuable and what's not. You can quickly look. Like I said, you also do contracts for other factions, which are just like bounties. You have an objective when you go in, you know, for whoever you're trying to build up faction rep for. Okay. The whole aspect of the build crafting between the weapons and your like runner, I think is the most unique part of this game so far, apart from the color palette and the music and that kind of Bungie polish. But everything else at the moment is kind of sounding pretty stock standard for an extraction shooter. Combat is approachable. So they talked about how they might make it a bit more friendly for new players, people who are not familiar with extraction shooters. And this is when they talk about the status effects and not having to take in well, they use the example of like your limbs being blown off, and like in Tarkov, you have different bleeds. You have light bleeds and heavy bleeds, and then you got to, you know, your arm can be deadened, and you can put your arm back on with certain like surgical kits. Doesn't sound like that's in the game, but you have these like status effects you're going to have to deal with rather than that. Looking at this kind of gameplay, the sound effects sounded great. The movement looked a lot quicker than the original gameplay that they showed. Looked pretty solid. Once again, you're just going to have to play it and see how it goes. They talked about some secrets. There was a mention of seasonal end-game challenges, dynamic events, weather changing. You see a lot of fog and a lot of this stuff, and seasonal stories. They did not really dive into any of that, and that's what I mean. A lot of it is pretty much what you would expect from an extraction shooter, with some build crafting in there. And I think the aspects that I would have loved to hear a little bit more about is something that makes it more unique. Dynamic events, bosses, endgame challenges, and some seasonal story things. We did get an insane 8-minute seasonal story. Or actually, I don't know if it is seasonal story. They did this reveal cinematic. I'll leave the link down below for this too. And you can have a squiz. Very, very high quality. Right. What are my thoughts? What are your thoughts? I overall was probably hoping to see something that made this stand out from your stock standard extraction shooter. I think the only real hint of that was the kind of the build crafting. I think a lot of the artwork and design does a huge amount of heavy lifting. I like it. Divided opinions in chat whether people like it or not. I quite enjoy it. A lot of extraction shooters are very dark and grey and people hiding in dark corners. That's not the case with this, which is kind of nice and refreshing. Obviously, I'm interested in trying it. I've played nearly every extraction shooter that's ever been available. Little do you know, 5 years ago, I made a separate YouTube channel that was dedicated to extraction shooters, mainly Tarkov. So I have enjoyed extraction shooters in the past, but I haven't played a lot recently. So I'm going to give it a shot. We'll see if it's good or not. I think my main criticism would be I wanted to hear more about these endgame challenges, these seasonal stories, these dynamic events. What I would probably describe as Bungie magic. At the moment, we got a pretty cool looking sandbox, a pretty nice looking game with the Bungie gunplay and a little bit of hint at the build crafting. So I think if you do not like extraction shooters and you've played it before, I don't know if this is going to change your mind. Sign up for the beta, join the Discord if you want to see if you can get into it, and stay tuned, I guess, for more gameplay when it comes out. There you go. Thanks for joining. If you'd like to support the channel, leave a like and a comment. You can just leave the word marathon. All right, see you next time. Bye-bye. 11 minutes. Not bad. There you go. I will put that up on YouTube now. Rat boys. Got an aura. I don't know how long this, I don't know. I think, at the moment for me, this is kind of in the same, as long as there's something to grind and do, it could be there. I'm not convinced yet. Obviously, I want to try it. But it's my gut reaction is probably in the same basket as the finals, where I enjoyed the finals. I thought the finals was a really unique concept. I like the PvP in the finals. There was nothing wrong with the finals, but I eventually stopped playing the finals. And I can't tell you why. Okay, so if you can't find the alpha, you go here, go to the Discord. Under runner chatter, there's alpha access. Click on that. And then literally type /alpha into this. And it will give you a link specific to you. Oh, thank you, Shares, as well, for that raid before. Thank you very much. I was recording a YouTube video. Don't know that channel. I don't know why. Don't know why some people don't have that channel. Mine was just there. I did join previously, though. Make sure you read all the rules. Maybe just go through the rules and info. Make sure you read all this stuff. Yep. Click in channels and ticket. Okay. Guys, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate all the follows and the subs. What's today? Today's now Sunday. Yeah, so I will see you Sunday night for a collab Warframe stream. Lore Warframe with Starlord. All right? Have a great night. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.